doing that, to try to reach out into the community and help people understand some of the subtle differences?
Right. Well, what our program does, Center for Healthcare Rights, is we provide Medicare advocacy and health insurance counseling services here in the LA area. We're funded by the City Department of Aging,
right,
and we're also funded by the LA County Area Agency on Aging. Right. We have a telephone hotline that people can call us. I believe we're going to show it today.
Right. In fact, we'll put it up now. It's an 800 number,
right,
so
and
there's no cost to this.
People can call us Monday through Friday and basically ask us any questions relating to Medicare. We also try to make sure that we provide services in other languages because we have a very multicultural population here in LA County. So we try to work hard to make sure that our services are available in other languages for many Medicare beneficiaries who don't speak English. One of the things that we've been doing in the last couple of months is actually running public service announcements on a variety of television stations to try to encourage people, older adults, or family members, to contact us if they have questions or problems relating to their Medicare.
Right. Now, I think one of the most amazing things to me as I walk through the various communities in Los Angeles is how many people who are dealing with senior issues think they're all alone.
Oh, of
and
course.
They're not. I mean, the statistic you provided us with, there are, what, a million persons?
There's a million Medicare beneficiaries in LA County, yes.
That's a staggering number.
Yeah, you've really sort of hit it on the head. I think a lot of families, until it happens to them, in terms of dealing with Medicare or dealing with, let's say, a medical situation, or mom's in the hospital, mom has to go to a nursing home. Really, it's families, that's the first time they're really dealing with Medicare directly.
Right.
And Medicare, as you know, is not comprehensive. There's lots of gaps in coverage. One of the main gaps is that Medicare does not pay for custodial care in a nursing home. So I think at that point, a lot of families sort of are scrambling, trying to get information in terms of what are our next steps, how do we plan for the future, how do we deal with today.
Right, and that's in addition to dealing with the emotional impact of having a senior loved one suddenly unable to care for themselves or needing special care. I know I was amazed when I saw within the Department of Aging, both city and county, how many people there are to help you. They are experienced, they are sympathetic, and they possess so much information, programs that you never dreamed existed, and yet here are trained professionals ready to help you. Now, for example, the Ombudsman thing, I always thought that was one of the great programs that was instituted for people who have issues with nursing homes, assisted living.
Right.
That there's actually a person who will be your champion.
Right, in a nursing home setting or in a residential care,
Well,
I mean, our organization does something similar, but we're focusing on healthcare access. We're focusing on what do you do when you're having a Medicare problem? What do you do if your Medicare HMO isn't providing the services that you believe you should be getting? What happens when the hospital tells you need to go home and you believe that you really are not well enough to go home? You know, what are your rights? And those are the kinds of things that we can respond to if people contact us.
Yeah, because so often I've had people complain to me, they feel like they're being kicked out of the hospital, like
that's
they need
because
the
of the way Medicare pays for hospital services. I mean, I think your previous guest was talking about the typical stay in a hospital right now is about 4 or 5 days, which is true. And I think a lot of older adults and some family members think, well, mom will stay in the hospital until she needs to go home, and frequently that's not the case. She'll stay as long as she needs an acute care stay, and then basically she'll be discharged either to go home or to go to a nursing home or another type of level of care.
Right, and so often, say there's been a fall, broken hip, as Zorn was mentioning, suddenly you are going through a step-by-step process from the hospital to rehabilitation and then to assisted living, and you never get a chance to get a hold of it. What's happening to you? Who's going to pay for all of this?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of families, unfortunately, are getting those answers. I mean, for example, if they contact us, they're getting those answers, but unfortunately, they're not getting them in a planning period. They're getting them in a crisis situation. So they're sort of dealing with a lot of dynamics. They're dealing with sort of the emotional situation. They're dealing with having to sort of organize everything in a very, very quick manner.
Speaking of planning period, You alerted us to the fact that the next Medicare Part D, which is the prescription drug access, the enrollment period opens up again.
That's right, November 15th.
November 15th, 2008. So what steps do people need to make sure that they'll get this coverage?
Well, I think most people who are already participating in the program essentially have sort of gotten their feet wet over the last 2.5 years in terms of becoming familiar with it.
Right.
I think in terms of planning for what to do next is that I think everyone who wants to participate in the program, what they should do is go, if they have internet access, is they should go to the Medicare website in November to sort of take a look at the information on the plans for 2009. If they think they want to stay with their current plan, they should make sure that their medications are still in the formulary for next year.
Right.
And they also should check to see what their cost sharing will be for the coming year as well. I mean, one common question that we frequently get from Medicare beneficiaries is coverage in the coverage gap or donut hole.
Right, that
and
donut hole.
for people who have very high prescription drug costs, who take lots of brand name medications, that would probably be something that they would want to check on. Now, only 20% of the Medicare population gets on the internet. So for those people who don't have internet access, they should probably give us a call starting in early November. And what we can do is we can help them identify maybe 2-3 plans that may be most appropriate for their medical needs, and then they can decide which one to enroll in.
I see. But this is particularly important if you're walking into the pharmacy and suddenly getting a $450 bill.
Well, also the enrollment period is very short. It's November 15th through the end of December, so they don't want to wait until, you know, close to the exactly.
Okay, so you heard that. Now, there is just 6 weeks here, November 15th to the end of the year, where this enrollment period is open again.
Right.
Now, how long does that extend, the enrollment period? Is it for the full calendar year?
Basically, this is the annual election period. So for many Medicare beneficiaries, this is the time when if they want to make a change, they make the change. Now, if someone is in a Medicare Advantage plan, let's say a Medicare HMO or PPO, they have an additional 3 months, January through March. Now, people who have Medicare and Medi-Cal, they can change their plan monthly. So the people who really need to focus on this November through December period are people primarily who have Medicare, they're not eligible for Medi-Cal, they're not in a Medicare HMO. This is their opportunity to make the change.
All right, now, you've been warned. Unfortunately, Eileen, our time is up for today's Aging in L.A., but thanks so much to our guests on today's program. Eileen Harper, who gave you great information, Executive Director of the Center for Healthcare Rights, and in the first half of the program, Zoran Basic, President of Nursing Home Services. Now it's time for our feature, Senior Stat Shots. And once again, we found today's statistics in the recently released L.A. County Seniors Count, a survey of the older adult population in Los Angeles City and County. Now, since we talked about federal and state benefits for seniors in our program today, let's take a look at statistics that reflect how seniors are covered by insurance, both public and private. 70% of seniors living in L.A. County have medical insurance. 39% have dental insurance. 53% have prescription drug insurance, and 37% belong to an HMO. 10% of the survey did not respond to this question. And when asked what they are unable to afford in their present circumstances, 9% said they cannot afford medical care, 18% they couldn't afford dental care, 9% cannot afford prescription drugs, 13% couldn't afford vision care, and 11% cannot afford hearing care. 55% of the respondents were able to afford all of these medical needs, and 15% of those surveyed had no response at all. And that's today's Senior Stat Shots. You can get your own copy of this fact-filled survey by simply going online to www.ladcss.org, which is Los Angeles County Community and Senior Services. Click on LA County Seniors Count, and the full report will appear. Or if you like, you can have a copy mailed to you by calling area code 213-738-2065. That's 213-738-2065. The Los Angeles Department of Aging produces this program with CityView, Channel 35, so that seniors living in Los Angeles and surrounding communities are well informed on the many issues that face them in everyday life. And also to let you know of the many services that the Department of Aging offers our senior citizens. Now, we'd like to hear from you with comments on the program, what you like, what you think can be improved, and ideas for future programs. So please give us a call. The number's there on your screen, area 213-252-4088. That's 213-252-4088. Call us with your comments and ideas, and we look forward to hearing from you. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at CityView, Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
CityView Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Thank you. Good morning, Los Angeles. City Council meeting for Tuesday, September 14th. I'm Councilman Resign. We meet 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. All meetings are open to the public. For those who cannot make it to City Hall, we are televised via Channel 35. Can be viewed also by visiting our website, lacity.org. Mr. Clerk, please call this meeting to order and call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Very well. First item of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Parks, second by Mr. Smith.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Hahn and Mr. Krikorian, second.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and now would be time for the flag salute.
All please stand for the flag salute. Mr. Krikorian, please lead us in our flag salute. Please stand.
Please face the flag of our great nation and join me in pledging your allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you are here to speak on a matter, please turn in a card prior to that matter being called. Once the matter is called, no additional cards will be accepted. Again, if you are here to speak on an item that's on the agenda or here for public comment, please fill out a speaker's card, have that card turned in before those items are called. We will not accept cards after the items are called. Thank you. First item of business, we've done that. Resolutions. Public comment. We will now take public comment. All right. There's a request to go through the agenda first and then public comment. So let's run through the agenda, Mr. Clerk.
First item on the agenda, item 1, is confirmation of the 2009-10 weed and brush abatement assessments. Notice for public hearing. Council should close the public hearing and confirm the assessments.
Very well. On that item, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Continue, please.
Item 2 is a building and safety lien notice for public hearing, and there is a request to continue that matter to December 15th.
Without objection, that item is continued.
Items 3 through 36 are items for which public hearings have been held. Item 3 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Please hold number 3. Colleagues, number 4 through 36. Any specials 4 through 36? Mr. Rosendahl?
Item 4.
Number 4 for Mr. Rosendahl. Any other specials, colleagues? Any other specials? Seeing none, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next items, please.
Items 37 through 60 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
We'll have to reconsider that, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Clerk, repeat that, please.
The current items are items 37 through 60.
37 through 60, colleagues. Anything special? 37 through 60. 59 for Ms. Perry. Any other specials? 37 through 60, colleagues. Seeing none?
Mr. President, you do have cards on item 49.
So hold number 49, special, and number 60, call special, please. Anything else on the 37 through 60? Seeing none? Open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next items, please.
Item 61 is the closed session item. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, hold that for closed session. Mr. Rosendahl wants to reconsider item
26.
on number 26. Reconsideration, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. Rosendahl, you want that special?
Yes, please.
All right, we will call that special for Mr. Rosendahl.
And all items go forthwith today?
And due to the fact we will not have a meeting Wednesday or Friday due to the California League of Cities, please go forthwith on those items. All right, Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. President, that does take care of the items called special. Do you wish to go back to public comment or take up the one commissioner today?
Let's do public comment. But we do have one commissioner. Let's do the first the commissioner, then we'll go to public comment.
Okay.
If the commissioner, please come forward.
Item 3 is the appointment of Ms. Carlene Davis to the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners.
Commissioner, please come forward and have a seat at the center table, please. Mr. Krikorian? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Education and Neighborhoods Committee had an opportunity to meet with Ms. Davis and ask her a series of questions about her vision for neighborhood empowerment in Los Angeles, and we were delighted at her willingness to serve the city in this capacity. I think that we unanimously observed that she has extraordinary qualifications for this position, and I respectfully ask for your support of her appointment.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
The National Journal.
Mr. Alarcon.
It's a right-wing thing, but it's a respected.
Mr. Alarcon.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you heard me or not, sir. Mr. Alarcon, you did push your button.
For what? I didn't push it.
Ms. Hahn? Okay. Mr. Alarcon, well, we haven't pushed. Someone pushed it for you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, we enjoyed having you in committee, and I think we heard a lot about your vision as well as Esther Cepeda's in terms of the future of neighborhood councils. You bring a great perspective. You've been involved at the community level with the Neighborhood Empowerment Council. Just for the record, I think the big issue for us right now is certainly the budget. Is it still worthwhile to be funding neighborhood councils, in your opinion? Is it worthwhile to continue with a standalone department that is there to support neighborhood councils? The work of certifying and organizing and getting neighborhood councils up and running is pretty much done, so to speak. What is the future of the department? What is the future of neighborhood councils? And what do you think we as a city council should do to continue to give neighborhoods that all-important voice, that all-important vehicle of, kind of weighing in on issues before they come to the city council so that they can actually shape policy here at City Hall? That was a lot of questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. That was a lot of questions. So for those of you who do not know me, my name is Carlene Davis. I'm a native Angelino and a community activist, and I've had over 20 years of professional and policy experience on both the nonprofit sector side and the public sector side, navigating this bureaucracy, the bureaucracy of the County of Los Angeles, and the bureaucracy of LAUSD. So I think that brings me a unique perspective to serve a leadership position as it relates to the neighborhood councils and the Department of Dunn. Councilwoman Hahn, I'm going to simply answer yes, 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 and yes to all the questions that you referenced. And essentially, that decision is yours as decision makers. This council will be the council that determines whether or not there will still be neighborhood councils, whether or not there will still be the Department Dunn. But as a commissioner, my role is to provide strategic and visionary leadership to both the department and to the councils, to garner and leverage resources to support the capacity building for councils so that they can serve effectively and impactfully in the community, and to support the leadership of Dunn and the staff in defining and redefining their value added in their role to the neighborhood councils and to the city of Los Angeles. So yes, I do believe that we still need neighborhood councils. I do believe that we still need the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, but I do understand fiscal restraints. And so our job as commissioners is to leverage additional resources and partnerships so that there's truly a cost sharing for this very important effort.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I love your energy. Just watching you here is very exciting and very positive, and I appreciate what you've said about your experience. What do you think neighborhood councils' roles are in our democracy here in the city? I know it's been a work in progress. It's got a lot of people saying this, that, and the other. What's your take on it?
Well, as someone who was involved in the Empowerment Congress before there were even neighborhood councils, as someone who was actually on a neighborhood council, I think there are a number of roles. First of all, the neighborhood councils serve as a vehicle for community and resident-based engagement that simply is very difficult to happen inside large bureaucracies. And so, one, the councils serve that role. Two, the councils can serve and were designed to serve as a voice and a link to the council members. You cannot be everywhere all of the time. And so we have to find ways to continuously engage and bring community voice to the table to influence the decisions that are made here around this table. So those are the...
Very good. I appreciate it. I know Mr. Krikorian will speak. He's provided incredible leadership since he's been here with the neighborhood council systems and keeping it going. I have 8 of them in my district,
Wonderful.
the 11th district.
Okay.
I empower them. 2 are not affiliated with the city. That is Brentwood and the Palisades. Palisades been around the longest, and they didn't affiliate because they don't believe in the Brown Act. They're working for them, and they believe they should also be able to sue the city if they want, and so they have that power. However, the other 6 are affiliated with the city, and that is Mar Vista and Venice and Westchester and Playa del Rey and Palms and Del Rey, and they're very active and very engaged. I love all 8 because it is the first rung of the democracy as far as I'm concerned when it comes to my role as a city council member. I do have a problem on the definition of a stakeholder, and I know it's codified. It says if you own land or you work there or you're a constituent there, you can participate. I think it's a little too loose. I know people are on 3 or 4 different neighborhood councils, and I just don't think that's right, but that's my personal opinion. I think registered voters within a district or people who live in the district, something of that nature that brings it closer. I don't know if we need to amend things or if it makes any sense or not, but that's been my position on it. But saying that, I still believe in them tremendously because they are people working for nothing in terms of finances for issues that matter in community. And thank you for stepping up. Appreciate it.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank you.
I'm hearing a voice. Oh.
There you go.
Hi.
A voice from above. I want to thank you for your energy and your optimism. I think we need that sense of hope if we're going to survive some of our challenges in this city. But as you know, and I believe it's District 8 that you reside in, there are enclaves in the city where we have challenges that speak to some very fundamental issues. In some parts of our city, we don't have quality foods, we don't have supermarkets, we don't have the kind of products in which other parts of the city can enjoy fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. And so we have issues of how we sustain quality of life, address the obesity and the high levels of diabetes of our children because of the lack of access to quality foods. And that's one example. And the reason why I bring that up is I would hope that, and I love the way you framed the role, in that we have now a planning department that has lost 40% of its employees. Our capacity has been cut dramatically. But one of the most controversial issues that seems to get the attention and the passion of our neighborhood councils are land use decisions throughout the city. So our challenge is, how do we inform Joe Citizen, the person at the neighborhood level who is not familiar with the notion of a variance or conditional use permit or legal requirements of public notices? How do we get to a place where we can inform them that these are their rights, that this is how they can be proactive and or protective given the issues of the day? And I'd like to ask you, have you given any thought in terms of the planning or land use discipline as it affects your role as commissioner in this very important body?
Okay, so first of all, on issues around planning and land use, there are also other city departments and quasi-governmental departments that have a role in that, right? So you have to look at your planning commissions, and in certain areas like in South Los Angeles, you also have to look at the role of the Community Redevelopment Agency. And so as it relates to the neighborhood councils, part of that is working across the various city departments that also address the issues of land use, and finding ways to create user-friendly documents around some of these terms that can be very convoluted, if in the wrong hands, can be very twisted. So my first response is that that is not a proprietary issue for neighborhood councils, but there are also other city departments that need to be engaged in that conversation.
Right.
The second, though, I understand. I come from 40 acres and a mule. I understand the importance of land and what land means and land use as it relates to issues around not only access to grocery stores, access to health services, access to open space, all of those issues. And those are issues that residents care about. So my response to that is that it is an education. How do you do that? You have to find ways to make the information user-friendly and accessible. You have to find ways to work in an interdisciplinary way, right? So to leverage all of the existing resources and to create opportunities for residents and community members to have those types of conversations in a way that is equitable. Because we do know that the conversations around land use are not equitable across the city.
Exactly, exactly. And I needed to put that on the table. I needed to hear your response, because I think that is the direction we need to take as we look at how we integrate these different agencies and how we get the conversation going so that there is a level of understanding when we speak to impact and discretion and how does neighborhood define itself.
And also to not necessarily duplicate efforts, because I have seen times when neighborhood councils have duplicated the efforts of the CAC unnecessarily. So how do you find a role for yourself as a neighborhood council to play a part in the policy decision that's happening here? So that's what we also need to talk about and educate residents on.
Well, listening to you is like going up the window and letting some fresh air in. I really appreciate the fact that you can drill down to these issues, you understand the roles of different agencies, and see the relevant importance of how community stakeholders could become part of this decision-making process. And please not hesitate to call our office. As Chair of Planning and Land Use, I'd love to support you.
Okay.
But I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to welcome you and thank you for putting yourself forward on this issue. As you know, in the district you live in, there's 6 very active neighborhood councils that are all seeking to find out what direction they want to go in, the financial burdens, and some of the issues of finding their voice. And so I just look forward to working with you and looking forward to you providing the real guidance for the local neighborhood councils. Their number one issue is going to, as you already know, is going to be the issue of finances. How do they access their money, how quickly they can get the funds, how they can use the money, those kinds of guidelines. And so we just look forward to working with you.
And I just respond to that because the first issue before just accessing finance is really working to help the neighborhood councils really define their mission. Because it's not seeking money for the sake of money, but seeking money towards a purpose. So that's my first conversation with neighborhood councils about what's your mission, and then how do you utilize the resources available to you to achieve that mission.
I'm glad to hear you say that. And so I'm sure that they will hopefully follow that guidance. And again, it's a very laborious process that they're looking for a way for clarity.
I understand.
Mr. Smith?
Well, thank you. And Ms. Davis, I was also very impressed with your energy here today, and that's very refreshing. I've been one of those people that have been a big supporter and a big critic of neighborhood councils. I think when we started the process here in L.A., we have some neighborhood councils that are very great assets to the city. Some became negative. We had neighborhood councils that really given back to the city and participated, and others that decided they wanted to fight about everything. And our first general manager let that happen. He believed in a laissez-faire approach and let neighborhood councils do whatever they want. And I think it brought a lot of negative vibes to neighborhood council, which is unfortunate. One of the great successes I've seen is the MOU that you have now with Department of Water and Power, which is creating a transparency issue, allowing the citizens to see what is going on in water and power. Recently, you also have one with the Planning Department. Last week, 2 weeks ago, an incident came about which I introduced a motion I'd like to hear your thoughts on, and that is the Department of Transportation has been putting in bike lanes all over the city without neighborhood input, without neighborhood councils. And when I asked them to meet with the neighborhood council, they said, no, that'll be counterproductive, which really floored me. I introduced a motion asking, actually mandating the Department of Transportation to meet with neighborhood council before they do any more bike lanes. I would like to hear from you your thoughts of how we could maybe take the concept of MOUs to all the departments so that neighborhood councils actually have a voice in things that change their neighborhoods before we change their neighborhoods. So if you have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear that, and certainly I would ask that you take that back to Bonk as an option, that we really take the MOU process out to every department of the city.
Well, I'm in support of all systems and structures that create transparency, right? And so if we have found that there are instances where the MOU creates transparency that then leads to greater engagement, then I would suggest that as a commission we look at that as a policy issue.
Yeah, I think it would be very positive, and I urge you to look at that when you get there and maybe set that as a goal for Bonk to begin negotiate these MOUs on behalf of all the neighborhood councils.
But then we also have to simultaneously think about the enforcement of that MOU, right?
Yeah.
So while you're having that conversation, because it's no use to have an MOU that's just an MOU on paper.
Right.
So you have to have both of those conversations concurrently.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. There's no additional speakers in the queue on this item, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, now we will go to public comment. And our first...
Introduction?
Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Members of the council, it's a very pleasure for me to introduce two guests here in the council chambers today. We have a member of the Sydney City Council, they're called councilors there, who is joining us, and that's John McInerney. John, if you please stand. And John is an architect, and his partner is here on a grant to look at green housing and zero-emission housing, excuse me, I forgot what it was. Zero-emission housing here in the United States, and that's Carol Pidcock, who are also here from Australia. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I will call the first three speakers for public comment. Jesus Lozano. Is Mr. Lozano here? And then Cheryl Aichele. And then the third speaker is Brad Knight. Is Mr. Knight still here? Okay. You come on up. All right, Mr. Lozano.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. I am here today as I was last week. First of all, I want to thank you for following through. I only have one of your attention, so I find that really rude. I try to be nice. I didn't bash you guys, but right now, you guys aren't giving me my attention.
Mr. Lozano, your clock's running, so please
Yes, I know
proceed.
it's running, but I also have a point. If I'm going to say it to just the air, then what am I here for? So I'm a little offended by not having the attention of the city council. There's a lot more behind me, so I'm just the start. Let me just go. I was going to thank you guys for following through, for going to closed session today. Okay, I'm going to get a little aggressive because I didn't get the respect I gave you guys last week. Thank you for following through, so I'm going to do that. But please ask your city attorney. I'm pretty sure, I think he has a law degree, but not a medical degree. He's publicly saying that this medical cannabis law is not for 18 to 40. I just turned 39 2 days ago, and I'm going to the doctor today. I'm here first, so as soon as I leave here, I got a doctor's appointment. So this is important to me. Okay, I know I only have 40 seconds. I had it all planned out, but you guys kind of threw me off. Okay, back in the medieval days, if they had this attitude about this medical stuff, we wouldn't be where we are today. That's just short. Okay, I just want you to ask him if he has a medical degree, and between 18 to 40, what does that matter if you're sick or not? You can be sick at 5, you can be sick at 55. Okay, just because you don't agree with this alternative medicine doesn't mean you can bash us and try to make us all criminals. We're just patients that want our medicine, and thank you for your attention. Finally, thank you.
You raised a little hell? Ms. Aichele?
Hi, my name is Cheryl Eichley, and I came to the City of Los Angeles City Council meeting about 3 years ago. Was the first time I came. And when I came, I let you know that I'm a medical cannabis patient and that I rely on medical cannabis storefront dispensing collectives to get my herbal medicine. And therefore, I rely on you guys to regulate these storefront locations so that my safety and everything else is taken care of when I enter and exit these locations and when I'm in these locations. I've been coming down here for 3 years. I think I've spoken a couple dozen times publicly in regards to this. I understand that you're going to be going into closed sessions with our latest city attorney. The last two city attorneys have not helped very well on this issue. In fact, the current city attorney hasn't helped a lot on many issues, including billboards and city controllers and whatnot. I'm here to ask you to please reconsider the eligible and ineligible list that you guys recently published about 2 weeks ago. According to you, many collectives are ineligible because they had a change in ownership or management. If we held the city council to the same requirements, you guys would be ineligible. You have new managers. We've helped elect Paul Koretz to the city council. We've helped elect Mr. Krikorian to the city council. We also help elect the city attorney, Carmen Truchanich, to his position. We won't be doing that again. But we do ask you to please reconsider the ineligibility and eligibility. When I voted for Proposition 215 in 1996, I voted for it because it had a provision that said to encourage the state and federal government to enforce or come up with plans for implementing safe and affordable access to medical cannabis. That's your responsibility. And making people ineligible because of management change has nothing to do with safe or affordable access to medical cannabis. Thank you.
Mr. Knight. Following Mr. Knight will be Leonard Shapiro.
Hi, I've been a medical marijuana patient for 10 years now, and in that 10 years I've seen some pretty discouraging moments coming from this chambers, especially now in what appears to be the city attorney and city clerk pronouncing public policy. And I would like to ask you, the city council, to keep an open mind when deciding the fate of these 135 dispensaries. Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro, will be Stephen LaBelle. Is Mr. LaBelle here? Okay.
Well, my name is Leonard Shapiro. Am I on the agenda to speak for public comment now?
Yes, you submitted a card, Mr. Shapiro, under public comment.
Public comment now. Well, I came here with, I celebrated my 91st birthday 3 days ago. Well, thank you. I just want to let you know that you're not finished at 90. Yeah, I am thinking again about coming back here. I signed up to come here with a group of people who think they're getting, that the senior citizens of Los Angeles are getting shortchanged because the senior citizens have a program where they get meals at noontime, and some of them get meals delivered to their home. And because of the lack of money, which they're not responsible for, but the state passed a law that says as long as their budget is not passed, no money can be sent to these senior citizens, and they'll have to go hungry. But the point is, at the present time, the centers that were involved loaned money to the program, so nothing has been done quite yet. And there is going to be another motion made today that will not allow this atrocious item to get passed. It was a big article in today's Daily News explaining it in detail. But the point basically is, why does this city council allow the state budget not to be passed because it's a two-thirds requirement, and with the two-thirds requirement, it stops it, and then they work it into the law where the seniors can't get their food because no budget has been passed at the present time. I think this city council should pass a resolution and send it to the state legislature and tell them to get their act together.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Stephen LaBelle. Following Stephen LaBelle will be Sarah Armstrong. Is Sarah Armstrong still here? Okay.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Stephen LaBelle. I'm here on behalf of the Pharmacy Venice. And as you all know, the city has filed a declaratory relief action in the Superior Court where we're going to try and determine the rights of all the parties with respect to this ordinance. And there's now a very hard push by the city to bring injunctive release to close down pre-ICO, pre-interim control ordinance medical marijuana dispensaries. And I agree that the situation is out of control with respect to outlaw dispensaries. But I'm asking you, don't put the cart before the horse with respect to the pre-interim control ordinance dispensaries that may have a technicality in an ordinance that doesn't give you an avenue for review. And I'm urging you to slow the process down with respect to the injunction. Let's get all the parties served before the court. Let's get the matter briefed. And let's argue this in a slower process than the frenzy that we're now seeing. Thank you very much.
Sarah Armstrong, and following Sarah Armstrong will be Don Duncan.
My name is Sarah Armstrong.
Ms. Armstrong, let me interrupt you for just a second before we start your clock. Mr. City Attorney.
Just a reminder, items number 60 and 61 are on the agenda that specifically address the collectives and the ICO, and there's opportunity for public comment on those items. This is general public comment. If you want to talk generally about medical marijuana, that's certainly appropriate. But items 60 and 61 specifically address the closure of the collectives.
May I proceed?
Go ahead. Yes.
I'm here today to talk about the general relationship between the city attorney's office and the medical marijuana community. We have, over the last few years, tried to engage all of city government to educate and help people understand our position. I have never in my life sued a public entity. I find myself in the unhappy position of being one of the people who are being sued because I sit on the board of directors of a tiny pre-ICO club that serves the sick and dying who are poor. We have a $45 cap. For our reimbursements, much goes out the door for less and often for free. I was not properly served. I have not had time to find an attorney. This rush to judgment is manifestly unfair. It's one that the city attorney has the resources to press on with. And I am very hopeful that the council as a whole will exercise more jurisdiction and control and pay particular attention to what the city attorney is trying to do to the medical marijuana community. As you know, many of the operators are terribly ill. Yami has talked about that. We are not in a position to injure the city, but the city is in an ideal position to injure us if you, the council, do not exercise a great deal of supervision and control and ask them periodically to report back to you about complaints that you hear from us. We are very comfortable bringing our story to you and bringing our problems to you. We know that's why you're here. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for all the problems that we've caused. But when the city attorney's office itself is such a huge part of the problem, it seems to me that the council should regularly and very stringently control what they're trying to do to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don Duncan, and then following Don Duncan will be Oliver Summers.
Good morning, council members. My name is Don Duncan, a resident of Los Angeles and the California Director of Americans for Safe Access, the nation's largest medical cannabis advocacy organization. And I'm here once again to ask this council to take back the reins of the process of regulating medical cannabis in the city of Los Angeles. We know from our experience and our research that regulations reduce crime and reduce complaints, while they also protect access for patients who need medical cannabis. However, our process is a little bit off course. I know there's been a lot of controversy and a lot of differing opinions on what the appropriate regulations are, and that will probably carry on. However, it's very important that this City Council direct that process. The interpretation of the ordinance by city staff and the city attorney's office in particular is unreasonably narrow. In fact, I would suggest it's incorrect. We're comparing apples to oranges when it comes to issues about changes in management. In 2007, the city forms ask for one name. In 2010, they ask for all. And when you put those forms side by side, they need not indicate a change in management, only additional information. You could take back control of this situation and clarify or amend the ordinance. There is still time. And I want to encourage you to keep that attitude of reconsidering and keeping tabs on this, because the entire ordinance is going to sunset in 2 years. And we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and I think that's a great thing. And when we do, I hope that this council will step up to the responsibility of taking the lead in that regulatory process and leaving less to the interpretation of staff who may or may not be following the direction given by the council at the beginning of this process. It's very, very important that we settle this and move forward. Otherwise, we're going to have continued controversy, bad media, litigation, and more hard feelings in our community. And it need not be like that, because after all of this, the medical cannabis advocates stand ready to work with the city to do things right. So I hope you'll take us up on that offer. Thank you.
Oliver Summers. Following Oliver Summers will be Yarny Bolanos.
It would be Yarny Bolanos would be next. But my name is Oliver Summers. Thank you for hearing us today. Decided to come a little casual, sans tie, so we can all have a nice, relaxing conversation. So basically, I just want to say thank you for going to closed session later on. I'm not going to comment on that. I will just comment on two small little things. The rules that have been set upon us and things like that have started to cause quite the financial burden on a lot of us. We have recently just had to hire lots of lawyers to help figure out exactly the rules that are going on and this convoluted, confusing issue. And because most of us work in the nonprofit sector, at least those of us who have been doing this legally since the beginning, we can't really afford $60,000 to a lawyer to help fight small little discrepancies that are in the ordinance and things like that. So I would just like you guys to keep that in mind, that we are true nonprofits, those of us who are doing it right, and this is starting to put a bit of financial burden on a lot of us, as you can understand, and quite frankly, it might very well put a lot of us out on the street afterwards and close us down. And then the second thing I'd just like to mention, and this is just a piece of advice, is that on the very first page of the city attorney's constitution, if you will, is that he is to provide advice and opinion to this council. And I'd like to say that again, advice and opinion. So that can go a long way. You guys are all your own people. You guys can think for yourself, and I'd very much like you to listen to what he has to say, listen to what we have to say, and I think that the realities of what the world is will come quite clear to you. So thank you very much, and again, advice and opinion. Thank you.
Yarny Bolanos, and then following Ms. Bolanos will be Duke Smith. Is Duke Smith still here? All right.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Yamilet Bolaños. I'm a resident of the City of Los Angeles. I'm a patient operator for Pure Life Alternative Wellness Center. And last Tuesday, after I spoke at this council, I was served with papers that say that I have to appear in court on Thursday to defend myself, because they say that I'm not the original owner and I've changed management, and it's a lie. All week, I've talked to lawyers. You know, it's surprising to me how many people in this city that live here and make money here are willing to, take the city on and the city attorney on. For money, you can get lawyers to do anything in this city. And it's disgusting how they're offering us to, come after you guys. All I want to do is stay open for my patients. That's all I want to do. And I found out that I need $10,000 to have someone represent me on Thursday. And the only thing that means to me, the only sense that that means to me is that I'm not going to be able to provide a compassionate package for 167 of my patients, because that's how much I put out every month, between $9,000 and $11,000 in compassion. But I'm going to have to take that money and use it for the lawyer to defend me, because I'm not the original owner, because it's not me. You guys have the right, and you have the chance to be able to do something for us today. For those of us that have done this right, that have followed the law, you guys have the chance to be able to help us. And for the city and the patients of the city of Los Angeles today, I ask for that help. For my 167 patients, which includes Carlos, which is the last person to speak here on last Tuesday evening, they're not going to get any compassion because I have to pay a lawyer to defend myself against you guys. Does that make sense to any of you? Please help us today. You can do it. Please do it today for us. Thank you.
Mr. Duke Smith, and following Mr. Smith, we will then go to the Valley, to Van Nuys, to Donna Pearman.
Thank you, Council. Yesterday it came out in the news that more American families with unemployment rate lingering and the biggest gains in poverty being right here in Los Angeles. And last week I came here to ask you to please do your jobs, and Mr. Smith found it appropriate to laugh at me. Well, I'm here to say that this week I looked on the City Council's website. All even districts are up. That means there's 7 good paying seats. Let me show you a little bit about what I mean by good paying. This is minimum wage in California if each one indicated a $100 bill. All of this indicates your pay. $172,000, $22 a minute you guys get paid, and you can't sit down your council on time. We're asking you to do your jobs. We're asking you to follow the law that's been enacted for 14 years that we've been coming to this council for well over 6 years for. And in addition to that, you think we're all just providers. I'm a patient. I have no dispensary. I have nothing. I come here on behalf of the dispensaries who find it intolerable to deal with cities like this. You want to find a way to cut the budget? Cut all of you. Let's start there. Let's go back to a 3-person council that can make and enact a decision that'll work, and tell the city council that his people who make $100,000 a year, he isn't going to guarantee that they stay employed. Thank you very much.
Now we go to Van Nuys for Donna Pearman.
Hello. Anyway, City Council, I want to make sure that you come once a month to Van Nuys, not every other month. It's confusing for the people who live in the Valley. And I see your new commissioners for the CRA. They want the neighborhood council and the CRA neighborhood council. Anyway, Leonard Shapiro, you are wrong to blame the 2/3 vote. Senior lunches are federally funded. State of California is holding that money hostage. They should have ministered correctly. They want to get rid of the 2/3 vote so they can pass laws with a majority instead of 2/3, so they can spend as much as they want because it's easier to pass a majority rule. I repeat, they're using the seniors' needs to repeal the 2/3 vote. It's not right. And I want to tell you about the people in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. They're very good to worry about, try to work on the illegal immigration problem. Remember, Jamal Shaw was murdered by an illegal immigrant. And we need to worry about the most roughest versions of the illegal immigrants, like the drug cartel and smugglers who work on the innocent illegals who are then they send them home and keep the ones that are wrong. Second, we need politician reform. It's not right for the city council to have free cars, free maintenance, free gas, free trips on top of their salary and get a pension. 12 years where the city employees have to work 25 years to get. The top CEOs and top management have huge salaries, a lot bigger than people below them. That paper leaves, anyway, let's see, it goes after, the paper goes after the middle class. Says little about the overpriced politicians who get too much in extra benefits. I bet some of our overpriced journalists, they don't look at their own hierarchy. Stop bashing hardworking city employees.
Thank you, Ms. Pearman. Our next speaker out there in Van Nuys, we'll go finish in Van Nuys with Ankar Patel. Back to Van Nuys.
Hello, Ankur Patel from Chatsworth. I've been trying to get a feeling for how the city runs since March, really, right? Neighborhood councils, I go to a lot of them. They're, 14 in CD 12. And Councilman Smith doesn't do a good job, I don't think, of really engaging the...
Do you want me to do something with him?
Do something with who? I'm sorry, I heard you. But Ms. Davis has a really hard job, right? You just appointed her to the neighborhood, the BONC, right? Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. And she's talking about how do you get neighborhood councils involved, put them in the right place, get us to actually be helpful as opposed to taking votes to write a letter to send to you to look at this intersection because it needs to be inspected, right? There are a lot of good people who do want to do good work, but it's just not being utilized. And again, the solution is the internet, right? There's no other chance. These meetings are on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 a.m. People go to work. I don't because I'm unemployed. But so many people go to work. They can't come. They can't make their voices heard. And neighborhood councils are supposed to do that, but then you don't listen to them. It's self-defeating. If you do want your voices heard, check out lacleansweep.com. The man before me said that 7 seats are up for election in March, 7 of the city council members' seats. If you want people who pay attention to what the people want, listen to the neighborhood councils, involve the community, check out lacleansweep.com because we are going to try very hard to elect candidates that actually listen to the people, involve the community, use the internet as a tool to involve people. We just want our voices heard, right? LA Clean Sweep. Check it out.
All right, next speaker will be Susan Suarez. Susan Suarez. Following Susan will be Barry Kramer. Is Barry Kramer here or Barry? All right, great.
We live in the city of dreams. I love LA. When's the last time you heard that? I haven't heard the love for LA for a long time. But I love LA. I've lived here for 20 years. I've been an entrepreneur and a business person. I had a clothing label where I was able to hire single moms. I created jobs. I did rich people's hair. I made a movie. And one thing I learned along the way was keep it simple, stupid. And I'm not just saying that to you guys. I say that to myself all the time. Keep it simple, stupid. Now, I've watched you guys on this medical cannabis issue, and I've seen the minutia, and it's just getting crazy. I mean, you've turned the word sale into the S word. It's ridiculous. So keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. And I say that with love. I respect your leadership. Thank you very much.
Barry Kramer. Following Mr. Kramer will be Walter Bechtel.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Barry Kramer. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and a medical marijuana patient, and I've been before you many times over the last 3 years as we've had this discussion about this ordinance, and we've talked about minutia in the ordinance. I've come up here and talked about certain paragraphs that are offensive to me and to others. What I'd like to talk about today are the patients of Los Angeles, the medical marijuana patients of Los Angeles that are counting on you to use your common sense, your trust that you've told us you've wanted to help the patients, you have compassion for the patients. By striking out all of these dispensaries The only reason we come here and fight for the dispensaries is because that's how the patients are getting their medicine. If you take away these dispensaries, they will not be able to get their medicine. I know you've seen the patients that have come before you over these 3 years. I know you've seen them. There's thousands of them out there. I know people abuse this system, but you can regulate the abuse. You cannot regulate out the help that you're offering these patients. Please don't forget the patients of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Walter Bechtel. Following Walter Bechtel will be Joanna LaForce.
Good morning. I'm not here because of medical marijuana. But I wanted to say something about the neighborhood councils. The reason why I never became a member of the neighborhood council is because when they first initiated in the early, I think it was about 8 years ago, the senior lead that presided over it was under investigation. And in fact, the senior lead who was under investigation was asked to leave the police force. And I don't have, therefore, a lot of faith in the neighborhood councils. They are not, in my opinion, allowing the voice of the people to come out as the people would want to say something. It was under a more like, you dare to say something, you're going to go to jail kind of a situation. Also, I want to say something about what I've said in the past, my intellectual property. Some of you people think that Oracle, Prophet, or whatever you want to call us, we're being taken care of by God Himself. I think you're wrong to presume that. If you read in Job, for example, some of you people think you've read Job, it says quite clearly there, it was not God who helped the prophet or oracle or whoever Job was. It was the people. The people first helped Job, and then God came along afterward. I think that as liberal as you may be about such a thing, you might say the words of God, the words of the prophet or the possession of the king, or that's God's business. But the person of the prophet is the business of the people. And you can't just say you're taken care of, Mr. Bechtel, by G-O-D. That is not what happens. It's up to you. And I've already reminded you, you need to take care of that. It's not going to be my problem if you don't.
Joanna LaForce, and after Joanna will be Khalif Morgan.
Good morning. My name is Joanna LaForce. I've been a registered pharmacist for the past 30 years. I've also worked with pain management with hospice patients for the last 25 years. That's my passion for the issue of medical cannabis. I'm also clinical director of the pharmacy. As a health professional, I'm sure I don't need to convince you of the medicinal values of cannabis. Medicinal use of this amazing compound is here to stay. You don't have to agree with legalization, but please give us a chance to provide consistent and quality medicine to patients in need in an environment that is safe, clean, and comfortable. Councilman Zine, I want to bring back the time when I was a guest on your program, Primetime with Zine, when you saw the benefits of medical cannabis and the need for safe provision of this medicine. A time when the working group was making great progress to provide a workable and sensible medical cannabis ordinance. I ask that you consider qualifications by high but sensible standards of operation, not on zoning and land use. I have to believe that you want your constituents to go to a collective with operators that you feel comfortable with and you trust are doing this business for the right reasons. It can be done. It's working in West Hollywood. There are many of us doing this. Please allow the participants and businesses that have been in this movement since the beginning, the pre-ICOs, to prove themselves. We can still do that. I ask that you require consistent ownership from this time on. Trust us to replace managers that are not following the guidelines or are not portraying the utmost of professionalism. Don't penalize us. Thirdly, we need regulation regarding physicians and their part in professionally recommending medical cannabis for patients. Lastly, I ask that you recognize and appreciate the positive financial impact that 130 dispensaries can provide for the city. It seems that no one is really talking about that. You have in your possession a report from a colleague and Cornell economist giving what I believe is a low estimate of the revenue loss and economic impact of the city. I sincerely hope that you will review it. As a concerned
Thank you,
citizen,
ma'am. Your time
I
is
cannot
up.
believe that you wish the city to spend tens of millions of dollars just on lawsuits. Thank you again for your time.
Khalif Morgan, and then following Mr. Morgan will be Richard Robinson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khalif Morgan. I reside at 1946 West Boulevard. I reside at 1946 West Boulevard. Thank you, sir. I'm a small business owner, have been so since 2002. I was evicted from my place of business for violation of Health and Safety Code 11571.1 and Los Angeles Municipal Code 47.50 for marijuana cultivation. I've been a medical marijuana patient since 2004. And I have abided by all the laws. I cultivate collectively with various dispensaries around the city, and my being evicted, I feel like, is a violation of my civil rights. I was jailed, and I don't feel that I also owe my landlord this $1,029. I'd like to ask the city to pay Rafael Reynoso, the Golden Scissors, this $1,000 that is owed for him for my wrongful eviction. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Richard Robinson, Mr. Robinson, and then after Mr. Robinson is Hector DeHaro. Is Hector DeHaro here? Okay. All right, Mr. DeHaro, you can make your way up here, and you'll come up after Mr. Robinson.
Madam President, Pro Tem, members, Richard Robinson. I'm a neighborhood organization personified in Hollywood. I'm trying to put together a community outreach program, and what I'm here today to speak about is the business-friendly legislation that is being passed over the County Board of Supervisors. Anyone conversant with the news today is aware that President Obama's push for encouraging business in the United States of America to compete globally by providing tax incentives for those who truly compete, i.e. engage in research and development, R&D, looking forward to the future. By doing what? We simply say, New England used to produce shoes, why not produce shoes again? New England was the site of our nation's clothing industry. Why not encourage local participation in the United States of America, for example? Van Nuys, automobile manufacturing, the optimism that the president is providing globally can be utilized here, I believe. For example, the United States of America should be producing quality steel again. You as a voice should be encouraging the United States to what? Reopen the factories that have now been given proper pollution equipment in the future there. Thank you.
Mr. DeHaro and William Leahy after Mr. DeHaro.
Hello, my name is Hector DeHaro. I'm a medical marijuana patient, and I'm here today to ask you to help protect the safe access for patients in California. I think the City Council should reconsider the approach that's being taken to deem who's eligible to be a dispensary and who's not. Since I started visiting Pure Life, it's the only dispensary I've been visiting because I know that they're here for the community. They've been working with you guys. They've been trying to follow all the laws. They've been trying to do everything correctly. And I think that's the type of collective that this city needs. I think that's what's going to help patients. And I think deeming people ineligible for arbitrary reasons, such as change in management that didn't even happen, is not the way to approach this. Instead, we should look at which places are really helping the community, which places are doing what the law says they should be doing, and which places can help improve the community here in LA. Thank you.
William Leahy. Following William Leahy is Jeff Joseph.
Good morning. My name is William Leahy, and I'm a citizen of Los Angeles, and I'm a medical marijuana patient. I come to you this morning, and I know you're going to be in closed session, and I would like you to do one thing for me, if you would. Talk to your deputies for 5 minutes. I've gone around and met in each office and met with all of your deputies. They've been very sympathetic. Many of them have agreed with us that they cannot understand why certain things are in the ordinance. And if the ordinance is unenforceable, it shouldn't be struck down or should be changed. And you need to take that 5 minutes and listen to your deputies. They're your lieutenants. They're the ears to the ground. They've all been in support of our particular situation, and it somehow gets lost in translation by the time it goes to the city council members themselves. So please, when you go, take that 5 minutes, talk to your deputies, and really listen to what they have to say, and I think it might help all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That marks the end of our public comment. Do we have one more? Jeff Joseph. Yes, Mr. Joseph, and he will be our last public comment speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm a third-generation Los Angeles native, and I've been a hemp activist since the early 90s, and I was running a clinic here in Los Angeles, and I am now dealing with 4 cases from the city in the name of the people. There's not one public complaint, and they come in the name of the people. There is really no plaintiff except for your city attorney. There's a conflict of interest with your city attorney and the will of the people, and that needs to be straightened out. You need a mandatory injunction against your attorney because your attorney is subverting the will of the people. And this is obvious by the population supporting the cause, and you guys have no concept of what's going on in the streets. And I think it's ridiculous that they're able to subvert the will of the people and the spirit of the ordinance. And there's lots of what you would call illegal clubs operating, but they're not on the radar because they didn't actually try and do their due diligence and follow the protocol. So they just go unnoticed. And basically the people that have followed the protocol are noticed and are a target, which is totally ridiculous and ironic. You need to really refocus the campaign, and really the people that have participated should get recognized, and you guys really need to reevaluate your perspective, because I think it's really gone awry, and your city attorney is on the attack. They have a vested interest, conflict of interest, and they're obviously subverting the will of the people and the city council. I don't think it's right. I mean, you can find all kinds of clubs that are still opening to this day that are not trying at all, but they're not on the radar because they didn't submit. So by following the rules, you become a target. How is that correct? By us doing due diligence and participating, I've met with people like Bill Rosendahl and Paul Koretz before, and it basically goes unnoticed at this point. Not that they're not doing their job, but I think your city attorney really has an agenda.
Thank you very much, sir. That closes our public comment period. I believe Mr. Smith had a request on item 46.
As for reconsideration on 46 for an amendment, we also had a card from the public.
All right. Would you please open the roll on reconsideration for number 46, please? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. Number 46 is before us. Mr. Smith, we also have a public comment card on 46 from Mr. Leonard Shapiro. So, Mr. Shapiro, would you come forward at this time? And then we'll go to Mr. Smith.
Turn to the mic, Leonard.
Mr. Shapiro?
He's got it. Please.
Well, it's your 91, man.
94.
You told me 91.
I think it was 94. Whatever. That's old.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I ran into a funny experience where when I gave the man, the sergeant of arms, the card, he says they already had adopted it and the council hadn't been in session too long. But I thank Mr. Smith for putting it back on the schedule, because this particular item authorizes the CRA Chief Executive Officer to adopt a resolution approving unrepresented confidential executive employees on the same term. This allows the members of the CRA to retire with early retirement incentive. Now, why do you need an early retirement incentive? In general, early retirement costs the city money, but not this year. But next year or the year after, it costs them money. Early retirement is a process never to be used unless it's really necessary. And this is not necessary here. Here you're talking people to save some money by retiring early, and you don't care what's going to happen. I say that, I just said it before again, I say it one more time, that the CRA has got to be audited. The CRA has not been audited for 25 years. And it's time that somebody ordered them to find where hundreds of billions of dollars have been disappearing. I think the City Council should assume the duties of the CRA, the Community Redevelopment Agency. You should do it yourself. This way, they come in, they spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, and you okay it. But you should actually sit on it. You should have a committee of 5 people to operate and do the job properly.
Thank you,
They've
Mr.
been doing the improper job for too many years.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
know.
Shapiro.
I've been here 25 years ago. I know what they did.
Thank you very much.
You're allowing them to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. We passed this, and there should have been an amendment dated September 3rd. The amendment in the file says September 1st, so it would be 46A, attachment A, dated September 3rd would be the amendment to that, and move that with the amendments.
With that, there's no speakers in the queue. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Madam President, there was a request to take item 49 out of order, and there are cards on that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Huizar, we have a number of cards on this item. Would you like to allow the speakers to go first? All right, great. I'm going to call the speakers 3 at a time to save a little bit of time since we have a lot of cards on this item. Blossom Vernon. Sandra Bishop. Leonard Shapiro. All right, Ms. Vernon.
Good morning, council members. My name is Blossom Vernon, and I'm a member of the Assistance League Hollywood Senior Center staff. I'm here to ask you to seriously consider approving the motion presented by Council Member LaBonge. The Assistance League Hollywood Senior Center serve over 500 seniors a day with meals, home-delivered meals, transportation, case management, personal care, and housekeeping for the frail and homebound. Many of the seniors that we serve are low income who depend on our service. If this loan is not granted to the Department of Aging, the Assistance League as a nonprofit agency will eventually have to discontinue the service for the seniors. We do not have the financial resource to continue providing the service without reimbursement for an extended period of time. For some seniors, the meal we serve is the only meal they have to eat all day long. Can you imagine not being able to eat? Can you imagine not being able to have someone bathe you if you're bedbound or have limited mobility skill? What would you do if your home were not clean for an extended period of time? How would you feel if you were not able to have a hot meal and were not able to cook for yourself? The seniors in Los Angeles are being put at risk of starvation or serious illness because of the inability of the state legislator to pass a budget. You, as their representative, have a chance to help during this difficult budget struggle.
Thank you. Sandra
very
Bishop
much.
is our next speaker, followed by Leonard Shapiro. Following Leonard Shapiro will be Ida Talala. Is Ida Talala here? Okay, you can come on up. Please proceed.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Bishop. I'm the president and CEO of Valley Interfaith Council, and we also are here in support of Motion 49. Valley Interfaith Council is one of the largest providers in terms of geographic area. We serve 3 service areas through our multipurpose senior centers. We also have 11 nutrition sites that both provide the homebound and congregate meals. We also have been the beneficiary of 70 Title V employees. I will be brief. There are many seniors here that you need to hear from, but Valley Interfaith would strongly encourage this motion move forward and have considerable analytic consideration for funding programs that may be suspended. Thank you very much.
Leonard Shapiro, Ida Talala after Leonard Shapiro, and then Lillian Cohn.
This is Leonard Shapiro on item number 49, which is a consideration of a motion for the senior meal program, which was exposed in today's Daily News. For those of you who haven't seen it and you want to know the particulars of what's happening in there, you should read this article by this Kerry Kavanaugh, because it explains in detail what's happening in there. And what's happening in there is because of a state law that says 2/3 vote is necessary to pass a budget hasn't been passed. And because it hasn't been passed the money that was supposed to be sent down by the state has not been sent down. And it says specifically that if it hasn't, the 2/3 majority on the state budget, if it's not passed, you can't get the money. Well, what's going on here? How can the state keep money from you and you can't give money to the seniors to allow the seniors to be fed, especially seniors who are handicapped and who can't get around there? We know that. On one other point on this, if you had the money available, you could put the money into the account there, and the senior citizens could get their food. There's no reason to deprive them of food just because a rotten state law. The state law was passed, and nobody knew it at the time there, and nobody did anything about it. But you got to get money. Now, there is ways to get money. This city council can get money, like you're getting money from the DWP. Each year you get something like over $150 million. You can get money from the CRA. If the CRA is audited and you find out how much money they're wasting, then you can take some of that CRA money and give it to the seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And
Shapiro.
by the same token,
Ida Talala is our next speaker, followed by Lillian Cohen. Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Ida Talala, Lillian Cohn, and then Shirley Horwitz. Is Shirley here? Shirley Horwitz? All right, Ida.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I am a senior citizen, and I'm proud to be a senior citizen. I find it very ironic that this country, which leads in agriculture, should have a system that withholds money from feeding its poorest and its most neglected. And I do hope that this elected body here has the compassion to provide and lead the state in a way that will put food for the elders in our communities. Our elders in our community are hurting for a variety of reasons. I'm a community activist, and I see it. I really think that this is an opportunity to tell the state to release the funds, and for this city to release the funds and be compassionate. And I ask you to take that stand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Lillian Cohn, Shirley Horowitz, and then William Tuck. Is William Tuck still here? All right, thank you. All right, Lillian.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak on behalf of senior citizens. I am 89 years old, and I have been active in the East Valley Senior Center from the time I was 54, before I was a senior, because I came there to see if there was anything I could find for my parents. And I got so influenced by the senior center. Now, that was before the Older Americans Law was passed. When I got there, they were having a conference meeting which eventually evolved into the National Conference for Senior Citizens, which then became the Older Americans Act. I do want to talk about, on behalf of seniors, I have found a good life in the senior centers. I also am now involved in the Bernardi Center. But I will say, seniors who have a senior center are enriched, because there are so many things that happen to seniors as they get older. They lose loved ones, and they also lose their lifetime friends. When they come into the senior centers, they have a life again, and they have someplace that they can become involved, and it has influenced me to become a community activist, which I have been since then and still am. And I appeal to you that for emotional best being, please help the seniors. The worst tragedy is the seniors who have Meals on Wheels. I can't imagine anybody denying seniors Meals on Wheels. And I thank you for your time.
Shirley Horowitz. Following Shirley will be William Tuck. Following Mr. Tuck is Don Little.
Hello, I work at the East Valley Senior Center, and I work with a group called Title V, which is a training program paid for by the Department of Aging. Not only is it very gratifying to work and see the work that is done there, but it helps me a great deal to supplement my income, which is only Social Security. I've been working 5 half days a week, and about a month or two ago got a surprise letter saying that because the budget hadn't been signed, Title V people were being cut down to 2 days a week instead of 5. Well, obviously that was a very, very big cut. That was quite devastating, and then a couple weeks afterwards the letter came saying that the whole Title V program was being suspended because the funds could not be distributed because the budget hadn't been signed. This has been financially devastating to me, and I implore whoever it is to either get the budget signed or find some way to release the funds so that we Title V people can get back to our jobs again. Thank you.
William Tuck, Don Little, and Phyllis Willis. Mr. Tuck?
Yes, I'm William Tuck. I don't intend to be repetitious because you're hearing others from other people. But I've been a volunteer to... Thank you. I've been a volunteer at the center for 25 years. So I see what they do, how the people react, and everything that they need that's possible. It's done by the senior centers. If they need, if we can't handle it, then we have places that we can refer them to, or where they can get additional help. The only other thing I wanted to mention was, I understand that Councilman, oh shoot, age comes in here. Councilman, sorry, can't think. Hit a blank spot. No, Councilman LaBonge, I understand, has a proposal that he's going to bring before the council. And under the circumstances, I hope the council will give it a very, very sincere, excuse me, I'm going blank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don Little, and then Phyllis Willis.
My name is Don Little. I work with Valley Interfaith Council, East Valley Senior Center. Excuse me. And some of you know me for advocating for seniors that live in, are homeless, live in their cars, and motor homes. Mr. Rosendahl, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Cardenas, I've all been in your offices before. I think you guys need a raise. Mr. Rosendahl asked me to sit in on a meeting he had with some of the people that live in his area, and I haven't slept since. Other than that, I'd just like to go on and say that East Valley Senior Center is part of the safety net that the state of California has to help people. We help senior citizens by providing them with food, taking it out to them. Many of them are blind, many of them are handicapped in many ways and cannot get to a store. I hope that you'll support us today, support senior citizens, and help us out. Thank you.
Phyllis Willis, and then Beth Zion Nahum.
Good morning, Mr. President and City Council. I'm here this morning on behalf of WLCAC Senior Services. We serve approximately 5,000 seniors in South Central Los Angeles, and we also provide about 900 meals a day. And I understand that for some of you, this may be out of reach for you, because when you walk into that home and you see a senior that may have rodents and they have feces, and the only meal that they get delivered comes from our center, and we've been doing this for over 20 years. Without these meals, these seniors will die, and this is not an exaggeration. I'm looking around and I see so many sidebars going on as we're talking about the lives of the most important people that we're called to serve. We're called to take care of the poor. We're called to take care of the elderly. Recently, we were commissioned to do a study on our seniors around nutrition and food insecurity. We found that 64% of our seniors are at risk. They get a meal with us, however, they don't have food at night. They don't have food on the weekends. They lack the money to purchase food. They lack transportation to get food. So I want you for a moment to consider, if this was your mother, your grandmother, your aunt, how far would you go to make sure? I understand the political climate. I know you're hurting. I understand the business side. I have evidence-based studies. I followed all of the cuts, but understand that they need your help. 64% can't have meals on the weekend, can't have meals at night. That's critical. And for that to be cut, your emergency room costs will be up. Mental health programs will have folks checking in the hospitals that really haven't eaten, and that's why they think they have dementia and they're misdiagnosed. So I'm asking you to please consider, these are your most important citizens, your personal upbringing, maybe that will impact this. Not your job, not your position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Beth Zion Nahum, and then Stephen Voss. Is Stephen Voss here? Following Stephen Voss will be Bertha Sandoval.
My name is Betsy Nahum, and I'm here to ask the committee to be more sensitive towards the senior citizens, because there is allocated budget, federal government budget that is there, and the people in Sacramento are not sensitive enough to care for the elderly. They are waiting until the budget committee will decide how the money will be distributed. It might be too late, because we need the answers right now. We elected you people to help, to solve problems, not to create problems, to be more sensitive. Think if it's your father or mother in that situation, unable to take care of himself, unable to walk to the bathroom, unable to get to the kitchen, and the meals that used to be served to them will not be there. Think in a more human, more individualistic relation to this subject. Don't wait until the people in Sacramento will decide. It might be too late. Many people will get depressed out of loneliness, no help, and frustration. It will cause more financial burden on the Medicare, the federal government budget. In this economic time, it just be a disaster. So please solve the problem, get the money that the federal government allocated. It's there. Find a way to use that money if you borrow it, and when the money will be decided upon in Sacramento, you can get the money back. So do something about it, because so many people depend on these meals, on the activities in the center, and it just, okay, just think about it.
Thank you very much.
We need solutions.
Thank you, ma'am. Stephen Voss, and then after Stephen Voss is Bertha Sandoval. After Bertha Sandoval is Frank Tamborosco.
Good morning. Council members, thank you for hearing our concerns. We know that you share those concerns. We also know that you realize that due to failures in Sacramento, our neighbors, our mothers, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our uncles, those who have built this society for us, are in a position where they are beginning to suffer and their health is being imperiled. We all share the concern that we're dealing with what is really a public health and public safety concern. Due to some failures in Sacramento, the money that is required to serve elderly folks, particularly those who are homebound and frail, is imperiled, and we know that we are at the end of our rope. My organization has been talking to banks to try to borrow money and leverage it against our building, and in this tight credit market, even there they're interested in whether or not our building could be rented out to a third party if things went worse. We know that you share these concerns. We know that you are in a position to provide the temporary funds that are called for in agenda item number 49 today. We know that your ability to act, and to act soon, will certainly have a very powerful impact on vulnerable and frail people. My organization provides 14,000 meals every month to low-income seniors, primarily on the east side. We enter people's homes who are isolated, and we give them hope. We connect them to the outside world, and we help them live from day to day. You are in the leadership position to help us to continue to do that. We thank you for your serious consideration and for this motion. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Council. Thank you so much for having us, permitting us the opportunity to come before you. And I'm here to ask you to please support Motion 49. I work for a nonprofit called Partners in Care. I'm the intake coordinator for our senior programs, and I can't tell you how many seniors I talk to on a daily basis screaming out for help. And most of the services that they need has to do with food. A lot of them do not have food in their homes, and most of them cannot even cook for themselves. So they depend on these meals. They depend on these home-delivered meals in order for them to stay somewhat healthy. If we do not provide them these meals, what ends up happening is they deteriorate, and they end up going into nursing homes, costing our state a lot more money than what it would cost to just provide a meal, one daily meal to them. Many of these seniors don't have families, relatives, or neighbors that care enough to provide them with a nice warm meal. So I beg you, I'm telling you, if I won the lottery, I always say this, if I won the lottery, I wish I could pay at least one meal for all these seniors that call me on a daily basis. But unfortunately, I don't have that money. Our organization is a nonprofit, so we don't have the money to also provide meals for everybody that calls in. So please, we beg you, we implore you, please help the seniors. They really need us. These are the people that worked. They did their time. They paid their taxes. They did everything that they were supposed to, and really believed and trusted that when they became
old, when they became seniors, when they finally got to their golden years, that their government would take care of them like they took care of our government. They went to wars for us, they fought for us, now they need our help. Please, we implore you, help them. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I'm Frank Tamburello, Director of Hunger Action Los Angeles. That's a coalition of low-income residents and about 30 nonprofit organizations working to end hunger and promote healthy eating. We're asking that the Council not only support the motion, which calls for an impact report and also calls possibly for loans to maintain the senior meal programs, we're asking the Council members personally to call, write, email the Big Five, the governor and the Democratic and Republican leaders of the Assembly and the Senate, because they're the ones who are playing around making the senior meal program into a political football in Sacramento due to the state's two-thirds budget requirement. Assemblymember Hernandez attempted to pass a bill, AB 1699, that would allow programs such as senior meals, which are federal pass-through programs, to continue even if the state budget wasn't signed, and he couldn't get the votes for it. So I'm please asking all of you to bug the governor and bug those leaders, those party leaders. There's other programs that the state is also messing around with for seniors, such as SSI. We have a lot of people getting SSI. They constitute a lot of the folks going to the senior meal programs because they don't have access to the food stamp program. And they're under threat right now for another 15% cut in their $929 a month allotment. We're asking you to oppose that as well. So we're tired of seeing cost-effective programs such as the senior meal program, which has a very, very low percentage of waste, being portrayed as some kind of superfluous luxury item. This is what we do as a community. You judge a civilization on how they treat their elders. And so we're imploring you not only to support this resolution, but also to get on the phone and call the governor, call the other leaders of the Big Five, and make something happen. Thank you very much.
Tina Hummel, followed by Larry Lisenby. Is Larry Lisenby still here? And then Larry Gordon.
Good morning. My name is Tina Hummel, and I'm here on behalf of the thousands of predominantly low-income seniors we serve at St. Barnabas Senior Services and our sister senior centers to say, we need your help. Please make funds available to provide float loans. Due to the budget impasse in Sacramento and our subsequent holdup of funds to the LA City Department of Aging to pay for meals and other services under the Older Americans Act to pay for meals, many senior centers in the city will be forced to cover for an indefinite point of time without reimbursement the cost of meals and social services totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. Especially at our center, it would be over $100,000. Such amounts will destabilize our center's cash flow and our ability to operate. Thus, we'll be forced to cut down on the number of meals served and possibly close our meal services altogether. We do not want to have to come to this, but without the necessary funds, we may not have a choice. And what then? What will our seniors do? Where will they get their meal? Please do not take a chance in letting our seniors go hungry. We need your help. Please make funds available to float loans and to stop harmful cuts to our city elder meal programs and other critical programs. Thank you.
Mr. Larry Lisenby, Larry Gordon, and then Leslie Nathan. Is Leslie Nathan still here? All right.
Good morning. I'm Larry Lisenby, Director of the One Generation Senior Enrichment Center in Reseda, California. One of the biggest problems seniors face is social isolation. All too often, their spouse has passed away and they may not have immediate family in the area. For many of them, their multipurpose center has become their primary social outlet. It's the place where they go to mingle, meet, and interact with peers. They consider it their second home. And in their second home, their lives are enriched in a number of ways. They develop meaningful relationships, engage in intellectual and mind-expanding discussions, find needed support in self-help groups, participate in health promoting exercise programs, and enjoy nutritional meals. Unless you, as their elected representatives, take immediate action, this is about to come to an end, and sooner than most people might expect. It's my understanding that one senior center will close this month, and 3 or 4 may close next month. The involuntary closure of a senior center is a betrayal of the seniors' trust and could be a threat to their well-being and their very longevity, as thousands of them will be denied access to essential or services essential to their existence. We know you didn't cause the problem, and we also understand that you're the only ones at this point who are willing to step up to the plate and take the action necessary to keep these centers open. We respectfully ask that you do the right thing for our seniors and that you provide the funding to keep your MPCs open until the Older American funds start flowing to the Department of Aging. Thank you.
Larry Gordon.
Madam President Pro Tem and members of the Council, on behalf of our seniors and their families, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today. My name is Larry Gordon, and I am the President and CEO of One Generation. One Generation provides a broad spectrum of services, including those funded by the Older Americans Act. We serve seniors, particularly low-income, homebound, and medically frail seniors throughout the West San Fernando Valley. Let me begin by recognizing that the problem we are dealing with today is not of your making. You are not part of the problem, but you certainly can be part of the solution. That's why I'm speaking in support of Councilman Huizar's motion, so you can help solve this problem. I realize that this motion is the first step in what I hope will result in the city making loans to the Department of Aging so that the agencies that serve seniors can be paid. Seniors will be cruelly impacted without the services provided by these agencies, and these agencies will not be able to provide services without the funding. I can talk to you today about the number of people affected, about shutting down programs that once closed will not be easily resurrected, about employee layoffs, but I want to talk to you today about the moral imperative. The generation that is served by our programs has been called the greatest generation for a reason. This is the generation that fought our wars, built our infrastructure, raised our families, and paid its taxes. It was a self-sufficient generation that seldom utilized the programs that it supported through tax dollars. Now, in the twilight of the years, they are asking for little but the care necessary to keep them healthy and safe. If we so freely disregard caring for our seniors because the legislature can't agree on a budget, then we need to take a good look at our own future and what might be in store for us when it's our turn. Pass this motion, it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Leslie Nathan, and finally, Sandra Coe. Is Sandra Coe still here?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. My councilman, Koretz, and the councilman, Zine, whose district is the district for One Generation Senior Center. 2 years ago, at age 78, I retired from LAUSD as a special ed assistant. When I go for my meals at the senior center, I am very heartened to see the men and women taking pride in their work as they perform at the Reseda Center. They set up tables and chairs for lunch. They serve the lunch. Sometimes they entertain. They lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. They break down the tables after lunch for meeting activities to begin. Personally, I take advantage of exercise classes 3 times a week. I have made friends in current event discussion group. In the knitting group, I make items to sell at the farmer's market for the benefit of OME. The psychologist directed Unzip Your Lip I attend helps keep our attitude adjusted. Because I eat lunch at the center and take advantage of the bread distribution, I don't have to rely on others to shop for me. Multiply my situation by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds who are mentally and who are active mentally and physically, but who are not able to have the opportunity for socialization. The only socialization is at the center.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Coe is our last speaker.
Good afternoon, Council, Madam President. I'm a volunteer at One Generation in the city of Reseda. And seeing these cuts, I volunteer as a food server, food handler, kitchen worker, and I see the need that we have to keep on supporting our senior citizens. I used to be in a CEDAR program where I worked with senior ombudsman program, and this was many years ago, and I'm seeing the need for more senior ombudsmen to fight for our senior citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, I want to thank all the speakers who came out to talk on behalf of item number 49. I think all of you have made the case as to why the City Council should be on record to support finding some solutions to continue the program from going forward. I introduced this motion along with Mr. Koretz last week out of concern that our seniors would be in jeopardy of not receiving their meals. And as was stated by many speakers, many of these seniors depend on these meals for their livelihood. It is interesting that in today's day and age, given the economy and other reasons, our food banks are beyond their capacity. There's much more demand on our food banks to get their food, and while they're receiving less gifts, the last thing we want to do is to have more seniors depend on those already strained food banks for their daily food. This motion here recognizes that the city should look for ways to provide perhaps some floating loans or other devices that will allow for these food program to continue until the state legislature gets its act together and does what it has to do and provide the federal funds that are available for local entities to provide meals for seniors. I want to ask Laura Trejo, the general manager from Aging, if you could please come up to the table and explain to us where we are with this, how you hope we can help as a council to continue to provide these meals. And I will end with this. It was mentioned by one of the speakers that the aging population that we see today, they did so much for us. We have this beautiful infrastructure in the state of California because of them. We have or have had some of the best higher education institutions in this country because of them. Some of them fought in World War II and defended and died for this, and the relatives that died for this country. The least we can do for them is to be there when they need us. Our seniors have done so much for us, and it's not only our legislative imperative, but our moral imperative that we do something for them at this time of need. So with that, let me ask our General Manager, Laura Trejo, if you could encapsulate for us where we are, how we came to this point, and how this motion can help you do your job in continuing this meal program and hopefully not have the seniors depend on our already overburdened food bank system that we have in Los Angeles County.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmembers, Laura Trejo, General Manager, Department of Aging. I'm joined today also by James Donner, our Assistant General Manager for the department. I want to thank Councilmember Huizar and Koretz for their leadership in presenting this motion. This is a precedented issue also for the Department of Aging. While we have been at the cusp of this type of a fiscal emergency in the past, we've never been this delayed in a state budget being passed. As you know, the Department of Aging is primarily a grants-funded department. We rely on the resources provided to us through the Older Americans Act, which is a federal act. Our designation as an area agency on aging allows us to receive federal resources in order to fund the direct services that you've so eloquently heard our speakers describe. As a result of the state budget impasse, our resources from the federal government, which are right now about $17,299,172 to be exact, are being held in abeyance at the state level because there is no budget. When the budget is signed, then the state can move forward in drawing down the federal resources that then get reimbursed to us to be able to then in turn reimburse our providers. The wisdom of this council in the past has provided the Department of Aging a small amount of bridge loan resources that we utilize for the beginning of each fiscal year because everybody is in the arrears. In order not to fiscally jeopardize our agencies, we've always had the ability to reimburse while all of the process at the state level is put in place that would allow us to get reimbursed for the services we provide. So we have been using those resources in the past to really get us through the delays in budget signage. Our concern right now is that we have exceeded the time frame that we've ever experienced in terms of having a completed budget. So right now, we have already, as one of the speakers shared with you, suspended temporarily our senior employment program, which is a training program for older adults wishing to develop job skills to return back to the labor force. Our expectation is that when the budget is signed or any other intervention is possible, that we can reinstitute those senior trainees back. We are also concerned about our meals program. As you have heard, that is a bulk of the services we provide with the federal dollars. The City of Los Angeles currently supports the delivery of 6,749 meals a day. About half of those meals are provided through our 87 congregate meal programs throughout the City of Los Angeles, and the other half goes to seniors that are living alone, that are considered homebound and too frail to be able to actually prepare meals for themselves. So we are very much concerned about those particular programs because those are the ones that provide the highest level of sustenance for the most at risk. The senior employment program, because we're really dealing with the lowest income seniors that have very difficult time making ends meet, so that's why they're still trying to stay in the labor force. And our meals program, because it's really one of the programs that has consistently demonstrated that we keep people out of nursing homes because that program exists. When you cannot provide for your food, usually your family takes other actions or you take other actions to sustain, and that usually requires some type of placement. So we are really talking about averting, which really could precipitate a series of other problems and concerns with probably the most frail population in the city. I really appreciate the opportunity to present to you. I hope that the city can find the financial resources to give us an additional bridge loan. These would be paid immediately. We're very good about returning our funding because we know we need it in the following year, but in this case, we really would like the leadership to see if there were other additional resources to carry us through the passage of the budget. We also want to ask for your support in trying to change the Older Americans Act. In the United States right now, only 3 states have this problem, so that's why it doesn't have national level type activity, because it really is not relatable to 47 of the other states. But I have been working very diligently with our state association, our State Department of Aging, to try to change the Older Americans Act so that the federal law itself, when California touches the money, that they have to take responsibility to distribute it on a timely manner, regardless of whether or not the budget is changed. So we do have some recommendations that we would like to present to council in terms of how we believe we can make better use of the limited resources we have. We also have right now, most of our bridge loans are very compartmentalized categorically by the different types of programs over the years. That's how council has taken action. One of the things that would be helpful to manage the limited resources of the department would be to combine those so that we have the flexibility to be able to use them across programs, which right now we cannot do. We have to use them per program, and sometimes that's not the best management tool in order to be able to meet emergent needs. So those would be, off the top of my head, the primary recommendations that our department feels are very important in order for us to move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, and then back to Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Madam President. For full disclosure, I'm a 65-year-old.
Yes.
I used to go with my father when he was 85, he went out and did Meals on Wheels. I've had the pleasure of doing Meals on Wheels in our district and banging on the door. And I have a gentleman at the home who's almost 85. And I'm privileged enough to be able to make him a breakfast and a dinner. But a nutritional meal is key.
Yeah, absolutely.
And especially the folks who are staying at home. And that is the best place to be if you got the support systems. We have done Aging in Place in my district. We have several programs happening. We have one in Westchester, one in Mar Vista, and a few others. So, you know, you got me, and I'm 100% there. Big question for you. How much money are we looking at?
Well, right now, we are looking at, the recommendation that we had made to council member's office was about $5 million to carry us through the end of the current calendar year. I actually have the exact figures because they do change.
Okay, the 5,000 till the end of this calendar, would this be a loan, and would you feel comfortable?
Yes, it would all be reimbursed.
So you're comfortable you can reimburse it?
Absolutely. That money is sitting up in Sacramento.
The next thing is you mentioned 6,000 folks.
6,000 meals we provide daily, yes.
Do you have a breakdown of how that's done throughout the city?
Basically, it's population-based. All of our funding is provided through the councilmatic districts, through the level of population. So it varies based on the number of seniors and concentration per area.
Okay, give us a breakdown of the 15
We will do
districts
that.
so we can see that.
Absolutely.
And also give us a breakdown of the centers where people go and eat the meals, and also the meal delivery to the home.
We will do that.
Okay, and I want to thank the community that was here. What you said is absolutely right on the mark. We're all going to get old if we're lucky enough, and we know that ultimately we're out of here. So we want to take our senior years with as much dignity and with as much positiveness, because, everybody's useful. And everybody who's a senior that I know is engaged in 1 million community events throughout the district. And whatever we can do to support you, I'm 100% there. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes?
When it comes to impact and what this loan can do, it covers the meals only, or will it cover also employees who are being let go or have been told because we have this break?
Correct. The $5 million would cover all of the Older Americans Act funded programs, which are the ones that are being held by the state. So it would be the senior employment program, many of the services provided by our multipurpose senior centers, as well as our meals program. So it's all inclusive.
Great. So the folks that lost their job, so to speak, or their role.
Their training placement, yes. They're not considered jobs because this is a training program.
I'm just trying to get an understanding, but the bottom line is the meal will get there, the service will be provided.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for everything you do, and thank my colleagues for having the foresight to create this bridge and making this very possible. Thank you very much. Thank you for the seniors coming down here too.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure, Mr. Rezar, appreciate your motion. One of the things I wanted to make sure is that when we state in here other funds, whether that would be inclusive of program dollars and UDAG money, if available, so that we can expand, being that money will be paid back.
Yes, we could that amendment include that language as well. That would be great.
All right, Mr. Parks, did you do that as a motion? Friendly amendment.
Just to expand the resources that may be available.
All right, Mr. Clerk, do we need to have a second on that? All right, that's second by Mr. Rosendahl. All right, Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you. I want to thank the folks from my district that are here. Larry, One Generation, thank you for what you do for the folks. And reading the notes on this, I think we also need to emphasize the state's failure to fund the Title V senior meal program. I don't know what kind of pressure is being put on our legislators, our assembly members, our senators, the governor's office. They're the ones that set that state budget. And it's not only impacting this program, there are many programs. Programs for the youth, programs for the seniors, programs for the working folks to get jobs, all across the board. The state has failed miserably in establishing the budget. This is now September. It was supposed to be done in July. The governor's traveling overseas. And it is really a crisis point where we, not only this council, but the community needs to contact our state legislators and the state senators and the governor's office and say, get off the dime and get a budget set. We can loan money, we'll get the money back. Meanwhile, people need to have their nourishment. People need to know that there's some kind of resources there. So I, like my colleagues, support it, but the bottom line is we could spend hours upon hours discussing the programs that are not being funded because of the negligence of the state of California and our state elected officials not doing their job. It's incumbent upon them to do this. This loan will get you through, but they need to get that budget set so we can finally accomplish some reasonableness to this crisis that we're facing. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for the community groups that are here. I know the seniors have a lot of things to do, and one thing they don't really need to worry about is are they going to get the next meal, where that's going to come from, and are the resources going to be there. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for One Generation for all you do to help the people, at least in my district, the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. My final question is on timing. You would need to know whether a loan is available or not by when?
Our hope would be as soon as possible,
Okay.
because as you heard, our senior employment program participants
Okay.
have already been sent home for the time being. We would reinstitute them as soon as the funding would
Well,
become
what I'll do
available.
this, if it's I'll amend the motion to say that the last clause where we move that we get the report back, that we do it within a week of today.
I would appreciate that.
And so that we could hear as soon as possible. And I have full confidence that our departments, our CLA and CEO will get creative on how to do this. After all, we make loans all the time, sometimes to risky real estate development projects that we're not even sure we'll get the money back. On this one, the money's there. There's just a bottleneck at the state level that has not allowed that money to filter down, which lends to another amendment I will make, which is I'd also like a report back from CLA within a week if there is a way to ask our lobbyists in Washington, D.C. to amend this act so that these funds come directly to the municipalities and don't have to go through the state. I'm just wondering, what is the benefit of it going through the state? I mean, there might be some. I just don't know them yet. But as of right now, this money's it's service level at the local level, and all they're doing is making it go through their budgetary process, and we get held up. And yes, the two-thirds issue has been a problem at the state level, and someone asked, I think it was Mr. Shapiro, said we should do something about that. Mr. Shapiro, we are on record as a council to ask the state legislature and voters to change that two-thirds requirement. So if we could also have the CLA come back within a week with that same report as to whether we can ask our lobbyists in Washington, D.C. to change that state pass-through requirement that we have for these funds. So thank you very much, and thank you all who came out today. Thanks to my colleagues who recommended additional language in here. I think all of us working collectively, we could better serve our constituents in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. That matter is now before us for a vote. The colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Very well, thank you. Congratulations, that's passed. Ms. Perry, number 49.
Thank you
Ms. Perry, the number you wanted?
It was 59.
59, I'm sorry, 59.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is a friendly Prop 245 on a Department of Water and Power issue. I'm not quite sure that everyone understands the impact this increase has on ratepayers, which is why last Friday Mr. Parks was gracious enough to introduce this Prop 245 in my absence. I want to put a few questions on the record and then have the department respond. And they're as follows. Why is there a shortfall in water revenue? Can you explain as simply as possible what this factor is, how it's calculated? Is there an annual revenue adjustment? Are there any other water rate hikes? And what will be the total in percentage and impact in dollars be to ratepayers? And can you explain why the department hasn't had to trigger this adjustment in the past? And I think what I'm going to do is ask my staff to Xerox this for you and give it to you right now. So if you can start with the first one, why is there a shortfall in the water revenue while we get copies?
Good morning, Ann Santilli, Assistant Chief Financial Officer, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. This fiscal year, we projected we would sell 244 million hundred cubic feet of water, and we actually sold 222 million. So that introduced a shortfall of sales, and that's brought on because, we did implement shortage year rates, and customers conserved more than we expected. We asked them to conserve approximately 15%, and overall they've conserved approximately 22%. So that created the shortfall in our revenue. Currently, we're asking for $21 million. And basically, right now, the Department of Water and Power, we do not have a basic service charge. A lot of water utilities, they have a service fee that covers your basic fixed fees. All of our charges are volumetric, so this is good in that it has a better conservation message, but from time to time, when we have lower sales, there is a need to implement this adjustment factor. And that's specifically why this factor was put in place 15 years ago when we restructured the rates, just in the event that we had reduced sales. And this is the second time we've had to implement this factor.
All right. We have a copy of all the questions now, so we can just answer them point by point.
So the shortfall is because we projected 244 million 100 cubic feet of water, and a 100 cubic feet is 748 gallons, for your information. This is an annual revenue adjustment. We only implement it when our base rate revenue is lower than what we projected. The next question, are there any other water rate hikes, whether they are base rate hikes, adjustments, procurements, or other mechanisms that will impact the water rates on the horizon? Actually, effective October 1st, our water rates will go down based on what our board has approved by 3.1 cents. With this water procurement, with this water adjustment factor, our rates will further go down 0.9 of a cent effective January 1st. Now, we do have one more procurement adjustment factor that will be effective April 1st. That will be going to our board December or January. It won't change materially because we have caps in place. And when our general manager presented our water budget for 2010-11, there is a need for revenue increases, but he wants us to go back and look at various strategies, other mechanisms before we come back. And he also wants to look at redoing our rates, make them more understandable. Right now we have a base rate factor, plus I think we have 8 adjustment factors that have to be gone through all of them are quarterly except for this one that's before you today. What will the total percentage impact on dollars be to ratepayers? This is an additional to adjustment factors rate increases. This is actually a decrease of 0.9 of a cent. Our average water customer uses 12 billing units, so it's about a 10.8 cent savings per month. On an overall revenue for the department, it's a 2.5% increase to our revenue. And can you explain why the department hasn't had to trigger this adjustment in the past? Can you explain specifics on what changed? This is only the second time that it's been implemented. Basically, it's based on consumption, so people have been conserving more and more, and last year they conserved 22 million more billing units than we expected.
Reiterate the percentages with the automatic.
At the board meeting, the board approved a net decrease effective January 1st, 2011 of all the combined water procurement adjustment factor, Owens Valley, and low-income factor. That's correct. Okay.
Was that the last question?
Yeah, I just wanted you to go over one more point. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair. Again, can you reiterate the total in percentage and the impact in dollars to the ratepayers with these additional adjustments?
For the individual ratepayer, it's a reduction of 0.9 of a cent per billing unit. An average customer uses 12 billing units, so it's a 10.8 cent reduction in their monthly bill.
All right. Mr. Chair, are there any other...
Yes. Ms. Hahn?
Okay.
Ms. Hahn?
This is hard to follow. It's hard to follow for us, and I'm sure it's hard to follow for our constituents. Basically, you're asking for an increase because, according to some of the factors, we've conserved more than we thought we would.
That's right.
So basically, we put a mandatory conservation effort on our ratepayers. We've told them that they can only water twice a week, now it's 3 times a week, and because of that, we're now going to increase the rate.
We are increasing this one factor, but at the same time, we're
Yeah, but
decreasing...
let's just stick with that. Let's just stick with that. I don't know how the rest of you are going to sell that to your constituents. We've told them they had to conserve, and now we're going to charge them more because they conserved. I can't sell that. I don't even know why you're trying to ask us to sell that. It's unbelievable to me that you did not project, knowing that we were having mandatory conservation. Why would you have projected a wrong number? Why couldn't you figure out how that was going to impact the number of gallons that we sold?
We did project a 15% reduction. That's what the shortage here looks like for all water available for sale. Actually, customers conserve 22% more than 15%.
I think it's a bad message. I don't know how we ask our ratepayers to conserve and then we charge them for conserving. For doing good. We're basically punishing them for doing a good job, for being overachievers out there and conserving water.
The reason we have this billing factor is because we do not have a regular service fee. A lot of water utilities will charge a flat $10 or $12 a month, and that will cover the first 5 billing units. But from an environmental standpoint and a conservation standpoint, we think it's more effective to have this billing factor in place. We've rarely had to use it, but any customer who does conserve, if somebody uses less water the next month, they won't be charged this factor only on the units they use. Whereas if we had a base rate, if we had a fixed charge of, say, $12 a month for their water service, they'd have to pay that even if they didn't use any water for the month. So it's a way to keep the rates, keep revenue whole while having everything be billed on a unit basis.
Right. It still is not a good message. Yes, do you want to make this, try to explain this better to our constituents?
Just my 2 cents worth. Pankaj Parekh, Director of
Actually,
Water Quality.
it's 0.09 cents worth.
I agree definitely that it is complicated. That's part of the reason why we are doing the whole rate restructure, to make it simpler.
Which we've been asking for, I know I've been asking for that for 9 years now.
Finally someone is listening and it's going to happen. But the specific question you're asking, and I know you want to emphasize this particular rate increase, but it's part of a compendium of different rate
I don't want to emphasize it.
I
I'd love to
understand.
not emphasize it.
Because it does seem contradictory for us to come and ask for a rate increase adjustment, and yet we are saying that the customer is going to pay less. And that's the whole reason why Ann is trying to explain that it is part of a package. It's not just this one. You have passed and understood some other adjustment factors that we have done. One particular one, because of the customers using less water, has been that we have had to purchase less water from the Metropolitan Water District. And that's been a huge savings for the city.
Right.
And that is why there's a net reduction to an average customer on what they pay because of the conservation efforts. And is also saying that the reason they are additionally benefiting is that we don't have a fixed rate. So when they do not use the water, they do pay less. We want to make sure that those who use less...
But we're charging them more to make up for the fact that they use less.
Right, but not all the way. Not all the way.
A little bit.
A little bit, yes.
A little bit.
What if we didn't approve this and you also gave them the decrease in January? Then they'd save even more.
Sorry, we hope you don't disapprove this, but you're saying, and we give them an increase in January?
A decrease.
A further decrease in January?
You don't charge them more on this, and then we decrease their rates in January. What would that do for the department?
Part of the reason why I'm here is the emphasis for the expense for the water services side has all these regulatory requirements that we have. It is an increase in the normal operating revenue we're going to need to meet the future regulatory purposes we need. I have examples just for your information. This particular increase that we are requesting is to go towards trunk line construction. We are planning $131 million for that. Reservoir improvements, $47 million, and some groundwater management work, that's about $23 million. So this increase is only $21 million, but these are our commitments for making sure that we can meet our regulations.
But you wouldn't have charged that if we hadn't sold less water. The reason you're adjusting it is because you've said we've sold less water because residents have conserved.
Yes.
So where would that money have come from? Where would that $21 million have come from for all those projects if you didn't include this increase?
We would have to slow it down, because we have so many billing factors, but the money can only be used for particular projects.
So you basically did project that you would get this money.
We projected 244 million units of sales, and we got 222 million units of sales.
Ms.
And
Hahn,
so-
your time.
My time's up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry?
Okay. Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do, if my colleagues will support me, is to send this to Energy and Environment Committee. I have some additional questions, and I don't think that we can answer them here today. One of the questions that I would like to ask is if in the past, when the department has exceeded annual revenue, what's been done with those funds, and have they been redirected back into lowering people's rates, or where those funds went? So if you would support me in that, I'd like to go ahead and send that back to Energy and Environment. I think I have a committee meeting next week.
So the request is to send
And
this to
approve
committee.
if you would approve the 245 and then allow it to go back to my committee.
So before us, colleagues, approve the 245 to send it to
Mr.
committee.
Attorney, should that be an affirmative yes on the 245?
To a cert jurisdiction, yes, 10 votes are required.
Return it to my committee.
All right.
Okay.
No other questions? Ms. Hahn?
Has this been approved already at the commission level, this rate increase?
Yeah.
So you're just going to explore it? Or explore where the money...
I think we need more answers to determine what we can do, but, I'm not really satisfied with what we're doing here today.
I'm not either.
And I think maybe we can get more done in committee. And
All right, colleagues, matters before us, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Very well. Forthwith on that matter, along with all matters today. Next item, please.
Item 4 was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl is not in the chambers. Where is Mr. Rosendahl? Sergeant Arms, can you please find Mr. Rosendahl? And let's go to the next item while we...
Mr. President, item 26 was also called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl, for the second item. Anything else?
That would leave items 60 and 61, which are related.
Mr. Rosendahl, you have two items. Mr. Clerk, which one are we going to take first?
Item 4.
Item 4.
If we could have staff come up for a quick second on this motion. I like the motion. I think it's a very important motion, and I appreciate where the funding would be coming from. But obviously, in the report backs, there's issues that we need to focus on. Explain to us what this is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rosendahl. This particular item is actually a report back. It's a proposal to address the shortfall in the median maintenance. The proposal, as it stands in the motion, is actually to distribute the impact. Staff is actually looking at other alternatives, and we will be reporting back to you next week on those alternatives.
Very good. And in that context, each council district, is huge. Some are huge, some are small, some are this, some are that. And I know that I think my district is like the third largest. I'm not too sure. So roadways and mediums might have a different impact in my district versus others. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear that if we're going to move forward in any way, we have to know the 15 districts and their geography in the context of where mediums are. Thank you very much for doing it, and thank you very much for putting this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one card on this matter, but there was a public hearing on the matter previously. So the matters before us, colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 26, called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl, number 26, sir?
Yes, what's my next one?
26.
Yes. Okay. Could we have staff explain what this is, please? The good news is it's moving in the right direction where if you don't need an automobile, you don't have to have one, you can have a ride-sharing opportunity. We've been doing it at UCLA and USC, and now we're looking at expanding the pilot to Hollywood.
Good afternoon, council members. Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager, LA Department of Transportation. As Councilmember Rosendahl mentioned, this has been a one-year program with Zipcar doing a car-sharing program near the campuses of USC and UCLA. and the program's been extremely successful in that it was an extension of an on-campus program. So we have been working with Zipcar, who is the current contractor, in looking at possibility of expanding that pilot program. Having worked with our city attorney, we were advised that we have the ability to extend the agreement for additional 1 year, and we looked at the Hollywood area as one of the areas for the extension of this pilot program. So we're going to report back to T Committee in 180 days on the areas, working with Councilmember Garcetti's staff and Zipcar on providing the additional car shares in areas where there's Metro Rail, transit stations, and dense dwellings, so people can, again, change behavior and use Zipcar and car sharing as a method of transportation instead of driving their own vehicles.
How many folks are participating in it now?
There's over 400, I believe, in the
And how does it work?
UCLA's.
You get a card? Explain it.
Yeah, it's you create an account online, and you're given it's called a proxy card or a smart card, and with that's what opens the cars. And once you open the car, there's a key inside, and then there is a charge for you per hour. You make a reservation that you need the vehicles for how many length of time, and then you're charged via that credit card or your card. So, we have said as a department that this is one tool, but it needs to be in the larger context of working with the planning department on the specific plans, working with Metro on the transit stations and having these car sharing programs, working with the bike community and having the bike sharing program as well. So this is one tool in many of our toolboxes to help reduce traffic congestion in Los Angeles.
It's really fabulous. And if somebody right now just heard this on television, where should they go? What website? How do they connect?
We have a link on our site, ladot.lacity.org, and also zipcar.com, I believe. www.zipcar.com, I believe, has the information as well.
So what it does is allow a person to have the opportunity to have a car when they need it, but not have to go through all the other expenses of it, and also to, congest the streets.
Right, so it's been, and again, in a campus facility, many students and even faculty, when we did our survey, we found that not only on weekdays but also weekends, it's been used for short trips, whether it's to the grocery store, whether it's to the doctor's appointment, you have family in town, so it's providing that option for people to be able to get around using a car share without the whole expenses of having to buy a car and monthly payments and insurance. So I think it's a great idea, and before we expand this to other areas of the city or a citywide car share program, we wanted to go through this additional pilot area in Hollywood, learn from it, and then come back and put an RFP for the entire city.
Great. We appreciate your leadership on it. It's an innovative strategy. LA is getting it in gear in the right way, and I thank you for what you're doing. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, that matters before us, colleagues. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please, Mr. Clerk.
Item 60 was called special, and there are cards on that.
Okay, we have 60 and we have 61, and they're connected. Mr. City Attorney, do we need to have closed on both, or what's your recommendation?
Item number 60 is the request to have our office go into closed session. So item 60 should be entertained first, have public comment on it. Council will approve it, or if they approve it, then council could go into closed session.
All right, so
on 61.
We'll hear from the public on number 60. 60 is before us. Amanda Pregel.
Thank you for taking my comments. I appreciate that you're going to take this up before it goes into the lawsuits as the city attorney has proposed, and I'm hoping that you'll consider deeply the ramifications of closing down so many collectives, many of which are model collectives and exemplary examples of what we want safe access to look like in our city. It's interesting to note that there was a technicality in the ordinance that created the loophole that created too many collectives, and now there's an ordinance that is passed that has more technicalities in it that's now creating too few collectives. 41 collectives is no way going to be able to serve the populace of Los Angeles. And then also what's going to happen in the interim, if you do go with the 41 that have been found eligible, in the interim of reappropriating a lottery to figure out who the rest of the 70 will be, there are patients who are going to go without their medicine, and that should be considered by this council with the same care that the meals program for the senior citizens has been cared for within this council today. I have to believe that it is not the intent of this council to close down the well-operating collectives that have been in existence for so many years within the city of Los Angeles. The pharmacy in Venice is definitely a collective that is a model dispensary, and you have many others throughout the city that should not be closed down over these technicalities. It should be based on safe access for the sick people who need it, and not over whether they dotted their I's and crossed their T's. So you are our only hope, because we know where the city attorney stands on this issue, and so I hope that as you go into closed session that you consider the many patients who have been in your chambers time and time again, into your offices time and time again, and I thank you for your time.
Don Duncan.
Good afternoon, council members. Don Duncan, a resident of Los Angeles and the California Director of Americans for Safe Access. And I'm back this afternoon to ask that as you enter into your closed session to discuss this issue, that you pay very specific attention to the details. Some of the collectives that were excluded on the preliminary priority list published a few weeks ago were excluded for reasons that are appropriate under the ordinance. The vast majority, however, were excluded for a change in management. And those collectives deemed ineligible for a change in management were probably excluded outside what was the spirit of the law. And that interpretation of law is not just too narrow, it's incorrect. In 2007, when you asked these collectives and cooperatives to register under the moratorium, and they did so, they were just asked to provide a name on their form. And in 2010, when they were asked to register, their intent to register under the new ordinance, they were asked for every name, every officer, director, member involved in management. And when those forms were compared side to side, they were deemed ineligible. I do not believe that is what this council intended. It's certainly not reasonable. And like I said, it's not just too narrow, it's just incorrect. It's another misstep directed by, well, frankly, by bad advice to this council. So I hope you're going to take the initiative today to correct that. There are many other things that need to be addressed in this ordinance, but this one is the issue of the day, that those collectives deemed ineligible because of a change in management should better be evaluated instead about continuity of management. If the same person who registered in 2007 is still a part of the management team, that should be deemed in compliance. By being reasonable like this, you're going to see to it that you get good applicants to complete the process, and not just whoever happens to make it through all of the flaming hoops. So I urge you to stay the course with this and keep making those improvements, like this one in change of management, that need to be made to make this ordinance work. Thank you.
Shirley Walker. Shirley, you filled out 2 cards?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm here on behalf of medical marijuana. I've been a patient for about 5 years now, and I've been going to Pure Vita, Pure Life for about 4 years, ever since they opened. They have made it possible for me to function, to be able to live from day to day without them assisting me financially by giving me discounts, just aiding me when I need it. I don't know what I do. I have my grandkids I have to take care of. I have to be able to function, to drive, to take them to school, to pick them up, to do whatever they have to, whatever needs they have. Without Pure Vita, without medical marijuana, I wouldn't be able to stand here right here before you today. I'm begging you. I can't take prescription medicine. Because of them, I'm able to have a life. And it's other people such as myself that are able to have a life. Pure Life makes it affordable for me. Please don't take them away. They're my family. I've been knowing these people for almost 5 years now. They calling to find out if I'm okay, if they haven't seen me in days. They ask me how I'm doing. They're my family. I beg you, they're my life. Don't take them away from me. Please, no. Thank you.
David Rios.
Good afternoon. As a fifth-generation member of this wonderful city of Los Angeles, I feel compelled to address this city council. It's my first time I've come here. It's very necessary for me to speak up in behalf of medical marijuana. I'm not affiliated with any collective. I'm a patient and I'm a resident. And I think it's your duty as our elected officials to represent the needs of myself and of patients like the woman who just spoke now. Mr. Huizar is the representative of my district, and I have 5 generations in that district. To eliminate and dwindle down the safe access points that are available for patients like myself is unresponsible for this council to do. I'm not clear as to what the objective is for the city attorney's office to go against what the people of the state of California has said and has assured us to have safe access points for our medicine, but by eliminating the access points, what truly is the city addressing here? What will be the outcome of that? Where will we need to look to for safe access points of medicine? Will it result in more crime? Will it result in more prisoners? Will it result in higher or more union dues collected in behalf of the labor unions for law enforcement? This is what happens. I think it's the objective to make this inaccessible for lots of patients and will result in higher crime rates if it's not allowed. Allow us to have access points to our medicine. Allow us to have safe access points to our medicine, regulated access points. I don't understand how this city council can, in the same session, address issues like cutting senior food programs because of a lack of funding, and at the same point address issues like possible termination of tax revenue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sarah Diesel. To remind you, there's a clock in front of you. When that timer's up, then your time's up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Good morning, council. Good morning, everyone. You all know I came last week, and we've been coming for the last 5 years. I appreciate so much that you guys, Koretz and Rosendahl, made this motion today, number 60, to make this meeting and go talk to the city attorney. And I hope that you guys have the patient's interests in your thought process, because like I'm listening to the fruit meals and things like that and furlough days. You guys are taking furlough days, and the city, even our children in our schools are taking furlough days. But when you guys go talk to the city attorney's office, could you ask Jane Usher why she still has her Prius with her California exempt license plate? Because maybe we should take care of food meals for people who are elderly and people who are sick, then instead of giving away these, perks like cars and such, because I personally had to take the subway here. I'm a patient. I'm not affiliated to any of these collectives. I'm a patient. I had to take the subway. I can't afford to keep paying $16 for parking to come here, so I walk and do that. We've talked about Pure Life. Yami's here. Barry's here from CPA. These are the people who have been here, Cornerstone, the pharmacy. These are the names that are come up ineligible. Okay, that scares me as a patient, and it scares the entire community of Los Angeles, because those are the places that are safe. You visited, Mrs. Ahan, you visited, and Zine, you told me to vote for Trutanich. You told me to vote for him, and I did, and I have pictures of me standing with him saying, yes, he's going to be our man. He lied. He's now Carmen Falstanich, in my opinion, and it makes me so sad. I'm glad to see you here, Koretz, because I did phone bank for you, and I did vote for you, and I'm really glad, because Rosendahl, Koretz, there are still people who do care about us, and I know that's why you guys called this motion, so please, there's some other things that are going to be talked behind closed doors today, so please think of the patient.
Thank you. Sarah Armstrong.
I too would like to thank Mr. Kretz and Mr. Rosendahl, our great, great allies, for bringing this motion today. I hope you will all vote for it. I don't believe that the City Attorney's Office has been acting honestly and in good faith with both you and the patients of this city. I was not served lawfully, neither was Yami. Gary Hiller of Fenton & Nelson tells me that there's been other abuses of service. We have not been given time to find attorneys, and on Thursday there will be a particularly draconian attempt at an ex parte hearing to limit the motions that we can submit, an economic burden because they want to serve us electronically and use the internet to deliver documents. That means that those of us who don't own computer systems have to go out and get them. They have not been acting in good faith. It seems to me that if they had concerns about changes in management, that the way to address that is through the ordinance, not by suing the pre-ICO registered dispensaries who have always tried to be honest and forthright with you and who have been through this struggle with you. I know that you have all spent a lot of time and energy on this, but this motion today will give you an opportunity to closely question the city attorneys about the real agenda and about their behavior in this matter. And finally, I would ask you, it's a living ordinance. I've been told this by you guys more than once. Isn't it maybe time to take up the crucible again and start thinking about how to make this ordinance the kind of ordinance that helps the sick and dying and does not generate burdensome lawsuits for the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bolanos? It's hard to read your writing today.
Jamilet Bolaños. I am the president of GLACA. And you guys know who I am, so I'm not going to go through that again. As the president of GLACA, we instructed our affiliated collectives to vote for Mr. Tutanich because we were told that he would be a good choice for us. Weeks after he took office, he held a seminar that was called Eradicating Medical Marijuana from the City of Los Angeles. I think that he's still on that same crusade. He's trying to eradicate medical marijuana from the City of Los Angeles. And today, those of us patients that voted you guys in, we want your representation today. We want you to represent us when you ask the hard questions. Because to me, all he wants is to get rid of us. That's his game plan. And eradicating medical marijuana in the City of Los Angeles, he's almost done it if you guys let him. Please help us today. Thank you.
Cheryl Achille? Cheryl Achille? This is our final speaker on this matter.
Thank you, Councilmember Zinn. My name is Cheryl Eichley, and I've been up here so many times, paid $16 to park across the street, dozens of times. We're here in regards to the city attorney. I voted for him. I sent thousands of emails out to citizens on Facebook and through my email list to get Carmen Tutanich elected city attorney. That will not happen again. He will not hold a public office. If you do not understand the political power that the medical cannabis patients have, not only in the city and the state, watch on November 3rd when Steve Cooley is not State Attorney General. We are not here for you guys to run us over and play games with us. We've been coming here for years asking for you to regulate medical cannabis. It's arbitrary to make a collective ineligible because the management may have changed. How do you know the management has changed? Because one document asks for one name and another document asks for all names. How do you know the management change wasn't better for the patients, wasn't better for the city, for the community around the collective? What do you know about what's happening inside of the collectives, whether it's safe and affordable access or not? You're making arbitrary decisions decisions about who stays open and who doesn't. And the majority of the collectives who have been coming here for years are ineligible because they filled out all the paperwork completely. I wish you guys would really take the time to understand what you're doing to patients and this city. I realize you're all really busy and there's a lot of important paperwork in front of you and there's other issues like seniors not being fed, but I would appreciate it when public speaks that this council pays attention and gives eye contact to the people who are speaking. I'd really appreciate to have Ms. Perry's attention, Mr. Reyes' attention.
Thank you. Your time is up. That matter is now public comment closed. And I'll remind the speaker that each council member does have a screen in front of them where they can monitor the speakers since there's televised screens in front of each council member, so we do pay attention. Mr. Clerk, we take a roll on this. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right. Now we have 61, and there's a public speaker on 61, Mr. Arnold Sachs, and then we will go into closed session after Mr. Sachs.
Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. It's kind of amazing to come in here and listen to the naivety of the speakers that are on this side. The city attorney is upholding the ordinance that was presented to the council to vote on. So not being aware of the language and the sticking point of the change in management, that was the whole idea, to eliminate the collectives. You should find out how many collectives would have been eliminated with that change in management and how many would have been eliminated without the change in management and how the number changed. But them not knowing the language, you might have been listening when they were talking about the water increase and how they could persuade their constituents. Yet they persuaded their constituents to give a pay raise even though the city was suffering 3 years of deficits. How did you do that? Save more, pay more. Save less, pay more. City attorney wanted to uphold the sign ordinance. Council members got up, file of papers with all the meetings that have been held, except for the safety committee wasn't included. The committee that issues the sign permits weren't in any of the meetings. The city attorney was defeated in his attempt to uphold that ordinance. They know. They knew. They know. The idea is to level the playing field for the deep pockets to get involved in the marijuana ordinance collective. That's the reason. There's no other ordinance in the city that addresses management as this one does.
Thank you. That is the conclusion of public speakers on number 60. I'm sorry, 61. So now we're going to go into closed session, Mr. City Attorney?
That's correct.
Sergeant Arms, we're going to go into closed session. We'll be briefed by the City Attorney on the matter. So if you're not here on that particular item as a member of staff or City Attorney's office, Sergeant Arms will escort you to the door. Thank you. We'll go into closed session now. All right, here we are, folks, back in City Council, 2:30. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, there is a special one, and the maker of the motion will speak to the findings.
And the maker of the motion is Mr. Reyes? Mr. Reyes?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I'm working with an environment where there's approximately 21,000 square feet of solar paneling that's going up in one of our hillsides in Montecito Heights. This is a hillside that has a long history of fires. We don't believe that there has been adequate review with regards to the potential fire dangers for the project, and we are concerned that this project creates a real public safety issue for that community. We believe that not acting immediately would create the window for the developer to complete the project in a very short time, potentially even days from now. So that's the reason for my action, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Very well. On that matter, on the findings, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. The items before us?
10 ayes.
Thank you. And Mr. Reyes, anything further on that? We approve the findings?
Colleagues, I'm really struggling with this because the danger is imminent in my mind. The way it's beginning to unfold in its construction. And so in my motion, special one, I'm trying to get support from our city family to help me address this, this challenge before us. And my understanding is that we would instruct Building and Safety and Planning Department to report back and what options we have in addressing this concern.
Very well. No one's on the queue on that matter?
And can I have that within, today's Tuesday, I can have that by Friday, for Friday's council.
There's no Friday council, Mr. Reyes.
The League of Cities.
That's right.
There's the California League of Cities. Today's our last meeting this week.
Wow.
You want it next Tuesday or next Friday? A week from today or the following Friday?
For Tuesday.
Next Tuesday?
Well, as soon as possible, which is Tuesday, correct?
Our next meeting will be next Tuesday.
Okay. I'd like for the Building and Safety Department, in light of that predicament, to immediately issue orders to comply to stop work on the permits.
And you want them to report to this body next Tuesday?
Yes.
All right, very well, that'll be the order. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Very well. Make sure the Building and Safety is notified on that. And again, every item today is all items forthwith. Mr. Clerk?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Post and referred.
Mr. President, there are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Corrett, Smith, Perry, Parks, and Reyes all have excuses for various dates, and they all do fall within council policy.
All approved without objection?
That would clear the desk.
Very well. Announcements, colleagues? Any announcements? Mr. Weezer?
What time is club starting?
As soon as possible.
Any announcements?
Right now.
Mr. Parks, announcements,
Mr. President. Just would like to announce that in conjunction with the Black Business Association is having their annual Business Entrepreneur Training Institute at West LA College on Wednesday, September the 15th, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. And also would like to announce that one of our major churches in the 8th District is having a community job fair and health fair Saturday, September 18th, 9 to 2 p.m., and that's at the Greater Ebenezer Missionary Baptist Church, 5300 Dinker Avenue.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz?
I just want to announce that AG&E will meet 15 minutes later than scheduled at 3:15.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you might remember in July there was a horrific murder in my district in Valley Village of a young woman who was preparing for her wedding, and she was brutally stabbed to death and her apartment set on fire. I'm pleased to announce that today the Los Angeles Police Department has announced that it has identified its principal suspect. His name is Omar Armando Loera. He is, I'll have pictures available of him on my website. He's 5'9", 170 pounds, 34-year-old Hispanic male, and he also goes by the names of Arturo Benitez and Taz. This is a very dangerous individual. He remains at large. We need the public's help in bringing him to justice. There is a $50,000 reward that this council approved for his capture. Anyone with any information about the whereabouts of Omar Armando Loera should call the North Hollywood Homicide Detectives at 818-623-4016.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Rosendahl? Adjourning motion, Mr. Rosendahl. Any other announcements, colleagues? I will announce that tonight tomorrow night, Warner Center Neighborhood Council will be discussing projects within the Westfield project in the San Fernando Valley, and to remind our viewers that the council will be in recess Wednesday and Friday through California League of Cities. Council members will be attending that, so we will resume next Tuesday our council meetings. Adjourning motions, please stand for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Raymond Thomas Bloomberg, who passed away on September 4th, 2010 at Presbyterian Hospital in Whittier. He was born in L.A. In March 1925, and after graduating from Mount Carmel, he enlisted in the Army and served as a sergeant in World War II in the Normandy and Central Europe, receiving several medals, including the Bronze Star. He began his career in law enforcement with LAPD. After graduating from the Academy in 1950, he served in many capacities, including patrol, property, supply division, and eventually the police commission, whereupon he retired in 1979. He was married to Libby in 1949, and they were blessed with 9 children, 22 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren during their 61-year marriage. His memorial services were celebrated at St. Hilary's Catholic Church in Pico Rivera on September 8th, and his family had a private service at Riverside National Cemetery for his burial.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Ms. Perry?
I'd like to adjourn in memory of Evangelist Mary I. Good. Ms. Good was born July 10th, 1931, and passed away on September 10th, 2010. She was dedicated to her community and the people in her ministry. She was known for always going that extra mile to contribute to young people, her peers, police officers, firefighters, neighbors, and the members of her local church. She graduated from the Los Angeles Bible Institute and was an ordained evangelist. She was very involved in the Los Angeles community in the 9th District for more than 43 years. She is survived by her daughter, Ramona Brown, and her son-in-law, Dr. Brown, and I'd like to offer my condolences to her friends and family.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, Mr. President. I started to mention this last Friday. Carol Hector, editor and publisher of the Argonaut newspaper, died early Sunday, September 5th at her Los Angeles home. She was just 62. Carol was diagnosed with lymphoma in January. When she began treatment, until recently, she had been expected to fully recover. In fact, I talked to her on the phone a few weeks ago, and golly, her cause of death was believed to be complications from lymphoma. Carol was born May 6, 1948 in Hamilton, Ontario. Her family moved to the United States when she was 3. She was educated in Michigan and moved to Los Angeles in 1976. Carol began her career with the Argonaut more than 31 years ago in the advertising production department. She soon was promoted to production manager, where she remained until May 2006, when she became editor and publisher following the death of its owner, David Johnson. I have a great honor and privilege to perform the marriage for Carol and her partner, Evie Ruiz, on October 14, 2008, after they were together for 32 years. And I must say, the marriage was incredible. Those two great ladies, and the parents were there, and family. It was a beautiful event. Carol was an artist, enjoyed painting. She also loved traveling, spending time at home with Evie and their animals. Carol learned how to use computers on her own, and this helped her keep the Argonaut technologically advanced. She recently began using Facebook as a means of locating old friends and keeping in touch with her current friends while recovering from chemotherapy. When David Johnson, who founded the Argonaut in November 1971, said he wanted to assure the public that the Argonaut would continue to be a locally owned as an independent local newspaper, and it was Carol's wish to continue Johnson's legacy. And I might say that newspaper is one of the few I know that really connects with issues in community, informs, educates, and empowers people as to what the issues are. According to Evie, Carol has left instructions concerning the future of the paper that would assure its continuing as a locally owned and operated independent community newspaper. I might say that Evie is now president and secretary of the Argonaut, and I was with her at a wake we had at their home on Saturday, and we talked about her leadership going forward. She's chairman of the corporate board of directors, and she's now the publisher of the Argonaut. In addition to Evie, Carol is survived by her father, Russell Hector, a sister, Sherry Hector, and brother, Gary Hector, and niece, Jennifer, as well as her uncle, Gordon Hector. May she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Clerk, this concludes our meeting. Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn seconds that adjourning motion. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. This concludes our meeting. Again, we will resume next Tuesday,